I was muted. But anyways, welcome, guys. I'm just booting the game up. We're going to get straight into it. Very excited for today. Haven't really been doing a whole lot of streaming this week. It's been absolutely fucking insane here. So, you know, there's that. Who's round one for us? Let's find some, let me grab somebody who I haven't seen play before. I think that'll actually be kind of good.
The comb.
Host. As spectator. I've been playing a little bit on some of the tournaments Anticity has been hosting. They've been very mixed. I think I went 2-2 in both of them. Actually, no, I lost 2 games and dropped in one. And the other one I went 2-2 in. So, it was all up and down this week. I just haven't been able to focus on much of anything. This is a new map. What is this? Whoa. Are there any other new ones? I don't think so. Wonder when this got added in. Honestly, I kind of want to make somebody, Hold on. Answering a question for a newer person. Okay, we got one person in here now. In a few minutes, we'll know exactly what's going on with bracket and who their opponent's gonna be. I'm so freaking curious. Let's just throw in a random army real quick. I really want to see this map. Tort is being cool and giving us some time to like check it out. Siege of Selenium? Okay, I'll check it out. Oh, that's so nice, dude. 3 new maps, so it's this one and Siege and some other one, I'm guessing. Oh, we got a Dark Elf player here. That's a pretty nice Dark Elf army. I mean, it's a little over-concentrated with the cheaper, like, swords and spears. It's not always a bad thing, though. You can definitely win a lot of games with, like, wider Dark Elf builds if you play your missiles really cleanly. Curious what that build is for. It might be for, like, a Vampire Coast counter or something. This is beautiful. It's got a little pillar in the middle that you can hide behind. Oh, and look at the objective over here, dude. Wow, this is going to be a really good map for factions like Khorne. You've got a decent amount of tree cover that you can play out of, but especially this one flag here is incredibly well protected from missiles for sure. Depends on where the border is. I'd like to be able to see how big the cap zone is, because if the cap zone reaches up into the trees, it's going to be basically impossible to take away from a faction with decent infantry. open field. Does this have 4 flags? Looks like it does. So it looks like 3 of them are just like right out in the open. Maybe it's set up so that this side is one person's zone and this is another's? Well, that'd be a little awkward for a player to have their whole army like stuck behind a river and the trees when they're coming out of deploy zones, because that'll slow your momentum onto the field really badly. Okay, no, it's just right across from one another. Okay. This looks good. Wait, there's 5? What is this? Generates oh my god, you get extra supplies on this map. That's what these are. Wow, so I guess they'll be getting 18 supply per tick. It's kind of cool. That's a fun thing to see played around with. So yeah, we got the mighty CPU 3 against Tort here.
Slaughter them.
Burning Head and Fireball, always good spells. This is really interesting. I'm not gonna make Tort fight this whole battle. We're just kind of checking it out until it comes time for Tourney to kick off. Oh, I honestly cannot wait to see those maps get played in some of the upcoming tournaments. Are any of them in today's tournament, actually? I doubt it. I'm pretty sure JP does these well ahead of time, so... Nah, none of the new maps being played today, although maybe we can... grab somebody, get them in for a match or two on some of these other maps. I don't wonder why I start up a new lobby. I find that actually cuts down to the number of times you get weird can't join issues and lag problems. I don't know what it is about the peer-to-peer in this game, but it does seem to be very bizarre. Esoteric, even, in the way that it functions. So, Kassar's Cursed Oasis is going to be the round 1 map, which is... it's beautiful. By far one of the best in the entire map pack. Oh, hell yeah. Renataki is going to be Factor's first opponent today. See how this goes. Renataki is a really good player. We actually played in tournaments just the other day and had a really close game on Jade Tomb. Which is a really good time. It's great to see newer people improve so rapidly, because Renataki hadn't been playing for that long, and was giving me a run for my money in our tournament game. Horror for slow shooting factions. Oh, that map? I guess it is. It is a fairly small map. It would definitely be fairly favorable for aggressive factions if they can close ground pretty quickly on their opponent there. Yeah, making elite units more viable with map design is awesome. I'm really excited to maybe see some play where you can focus your elite infantry kind of off to one side, so they can just have the extra cap weight, lock the point down, and just never really give it up to your opponent. Alright, they're just gonna pick their builds. Looks like Renataki is playing Dark Elves also, so we got double Druki. Looks like Nagorond here, and we got the Cult of Pleasure for the other choice here. Mommy and Daddy Showdown? Or Mommy and Son Showdown. Malekith versus Marathi would be super hilarious to watch. In terms of a mirror match. I'm actually curious who would win that. I do think that Malekith on a dragon would beat the crap out of Marathi. But I think that Marathi could maybe run circles around him enough. She does have some good debuffs, as well as the Wand of Koraidon, which is a Doombolt. Bound ability, you get 2 uses out of it. She could maybe hit and run Malekith and kill him. Now that I'm thinking about it. She'll hit more consistently. She just doesn't have a lot of HP. That's the thing that I'd be worried about. Plus the Soul Stealer damage from Malekith would outpace any healing that Marathi could get from her own Soul Stealer. Since the damage is flat values and the healing is percentage based, you'd never be able to heal back all the damage you took. Kind of wild. I really like the objectives on that new map giving you supplies. I think that makes for an interesting dynamic because the extra 3 supply points is a huge boon for a lot of expensive factions. Like, one of the bigger things about domination mode is not necessarily just how cost effective your unit reinforcements are, but sometimes having like these fairly decent mid-tier options available for all of your units can get you into a little bit of trouble against like large numbers of opponents. And I'm wondering who would get the advantage, cheaper factions with more supplies, or the more elite factions being able to summon out their units more quickly. I have no idea. It'd also be hilarious to see somebody like actually sneak back there and decap their opponent's supply objective. Oh, frick. Whoops. Accidentally exit out of my own goddamn lobby. Alright, we're back. Taki is ready. Tort's still trying to figure it out. You know, mirror matches can be a little bit awkward. It takes a little bit of getting used to a lot of them, just because they get played so rarely. They can really throw off your typical style and what you're prioritizing units-wise. Oh my god. Renataki going for the full mobility build. I think this is Rikarth on a... no, I don't think it's on him on a dragon. Him on the Scourge Runner, though, is very likely here. I've been seeing people choose Rikarth a little bit more now. He does have a really nice debuff that he can throw down. It's a single target debuff. Maybe we'll see it on Renataki's Lord. I'm pretty sure it removes terror on a unit and then also debuffs melee attack and melee defense a little bit. Now this is our boy, Tort. Here we go. He got it? No, Rikarth just has B-Slash here, so... buffs to weapon strength, charge bonus, charge speed, gonna be really good for Cold Wind Riders. Or Cold Wind Knights, I should say. Cold Wind Riders are the Lizardman variant. Knights here looking cool. They've got their big old lances, and they're going to be trying to find some good engagements, either into Scourge Runner Chariots, obviously, would be really nice to catch. I wouldn't count on it, though. Good micro on the Scourge Runners will keep them very safe from the much slower Knights. But you can also bully Bleak Swords. Bleak Swords are pretty damn weak to big, heavy cavalry. They obviously don't have the charge defense against large, but they're fairly low mass. And limited HP means that shock damage just brutalizes them. So this is going to be terrifying for Tort. Tort's going to have to play really tight. I don't know how well suited this build is going to be for taking a game against this all-mobility Dark Elves build. It's going to be incredibly difficult to hold on to multiple points when you're facing down this much firepower and just brute strength. Witch Elves out on the flank. They're moving up alone right now, which is a little scary to see. And we do get a really nice set of volleys out of Tort's Scourge Runners here. Actually able to keep the Scourge Runners of Renataki honest, and we're going to get a really nice Doombolt, it looks like, from the Wadden of Koraidon, with huge damage going off on the Ravagers of Rikarth here. And that's a beautiful Soul Stealer also. I mean, just racking it up against Rikarth, who takes almost a full 1200 HP and damage there. Just right off the bat. Pit of Shades here, it's pretty nice, but it's not going to help these Dark Riders much. Dark Riders get folded up by that Dark Shard volley. Plus the damage from the Bleak Swords. Looks like that Dark Rider unit kind of bounced off in an ugly way there. Wow, we get Furies with the Witch Elves pushing back the Cold Wind Knights here. This is looking really good for Tort. Oh my god, and the Scourge Runner Chariots go right up the pipe here and get nailed by their counterparts. Dark Shards presumably getting a little bit of damage, and the HP on these Scourge Runner Chariots is already looking to be incredibly weak. I got 4 models in this Scourge Runner unit here. Ravagers of Rikarth have 3, and another Scourge Runner only has 2 left and is very much on the back foot here, running for their lives. A little bit of a breakthrough, though. We do have the Cold Wind Knights getting it into the backfield. It looks like they're prioritizing running down the Scourge Runner Chariots here. You can see some of the attack orders being put in to focus those guys down. But now Tort's bringing out his own heavy cavalry, and we're going to get a really nice Melkoth here. It's going to slow the pace of these guys down, almost giving enough time for the Cold Wind Knights to get a surround on Morathi, but really good micro from Tort. Pulls her right back up into the sky and does not allow her to get caught there. That was a huge moment. Could have been really nasty for Tort if he got his Lord caught there. And Morathi looks to be landing down on Rikarth with her halberd. And she's going to put a beat down on Rikarth. Renataki really needs to get his Lord out of here. Missing a little bit of attention to detail there. Rikarth is on his last legs here. He's incredibly low. Down to 1900 HP. Doesn't have any way of healing either. And the back pressure is looking fairly well handled. We've got both Scourge Runners with all 4 models left for Tort. Looking to be in a pretty good position for the late game here. Cold Wind Knights for Renataki are doing some good damage in the middle, but the Mobility is losing a little bit of steam here, I would say. Renataki is still in a position to win this, and this is how you get back in the game in a nutshell, man. Get really good damage off on your opponent's caster, and you've got Marathi looking to be running here. Brutal shots coming in from the Scourge Runners and the Dark Riders with the repeater crossbows bring her out of the sky, and Renataki with a nice advantage in leadership now. One thing that is going to consistently get you back in a game is the Lord Snipe, and that was very timely for Renataki, and that might very well get Tort on the back foot here. And in a really rough situation, you've got some infantry left on the field here. Very healthy Witch Elves, which is nice to see, but the Scourge Runner Chariot here in the middle goes down. The other, with 3 models, is plinking away at the Cold One Knights. They're very low here. This Cold One Knight unit could help their healthier counterpart in chasing all the Dark Shards off of the field now. One has completely broken here. They could rally, but I would find it very unlikely. The other Dark Shard looks to be breaking here soon as well. Harganath Executioners out on the field. Definitely want to make sure that they can get up in this fight and potentially try and save some of these Dark Shard units. It'd be really nice to have even a very, very beat-up unit. They've got 42 models in this one Dark Shard unit. If you could save this unit and get them back into the fight, they can still throw some hands and get some really good value, especially against the very beat-up Scourge Runner core here. So Witch Elves getting run over by the Scourge Runners there, I'm sure taking huge damage, but we've got to pay attention to the middle here. The Doomfire Warlocks looking to help out the Bleak Swords. You can see these poor guys getting pounced on by all of the mobility here for Renataki, and we get a beautiful Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma from the Sorceress that's going to wear out those Doomfire Warlocks in no time. Very limited HP on this unit, uber reliant on the 40% physical resistance, and they just get pounded by the Dark Riders and the Cold One Knights making their way in and immediately routing them off the field here. Harganath Executioners looking to push in, but now there's enough Cold One Knights here to cycle charge them to death. If it were just one Cold One Knight, it'd be a little bit risky. Because, you know, against these elite infantry units, if they get stuck inside this unit for more than a moment, they are just going to get pummeled. But with 2, you can sandwich and very effectively pull them apart. And we're going to get a beautiful Pit of Shades here. The magic play from Renataki has swung the value back so hard. The Sorceress is going to end with about 1,600 value, potentially. Maybe even more. This looks to be an overcasted Pit of Shades, actually. Down to less than half health for a 1,300 gold unit. Or wait, they're not 1,300 anymore, are they? They're a little bit cheaper now. But a beautiful timing charge from the Cold One Knights now, just taking down the rest of the HP on those guys. Normally, an infantry unit, when they get charged down by heavy cavalry, they'll have, like, you know, half their HP at worst. And then they can stand up and usually get some pretty good revenge on the mobility unit, but here, they're just too beat up from that Pit of Shades and then chunked into oblivion. And Renataki with a very dominant showing in round 1. Here in the late game, a bit of an uneven opening for Renataki, but a really nice recovery with the Lord Snipe and then pressure into the back line. With the lowered leadership on his opponent, finding a lot more success as he's able to fully push units back, and now Sisters of Slaughter and Witch Elves are out on the field. Gonna be able to stat check just about any of the low armor and low stat options that Tort has available to him. Supplies are very limited, as you can see. It's not looking too good. Got some Dark Riders and Harpies trying to save this Medusa, but the Medusa just cannot escape right now. She's a little bit slower than the Cold One Knights. Even in their exhausted state here, they're able to keep up with her. These guys also have a really good charge bonus, so when you're running away from units like this, you're actually not just counting on escaping their base speed, they go into pursuit mode, and then they get the charge speed boost. Which I believe for Cold One Knights gets them up to around 80 speed. There's a website that you can visit where you can see all of these like hidden stats, such as that. It's pretty nice to know. You don't need to memorize it all, obviously. There are some players who know a lot of that stuff kind of off the top of their head. Definitely not me. Nor is it something that's like uber important. Escaping from pursuit situations is really tough unless you have enough units to actually peel for the unit. And you can see that's kind of the idea of bringing the Cold One Knight in here. You get these guys to occupy attention, and now the Medusa is safe enough to actually be able to shoot for a moment here. The issue, of course, though, for Tort is just the fact that the Sister of Slaughter and the Cold One Knights together are doing a pretty good job of pulling his variant down. You can see they've managed to beat off the Cold One Knights here over Renataki, but being stuck in these very elite poisoned... oh, actually it's the Witch Elves, not the Sisters of Slaughter. Oh, they're both here. Okay, that's why. Kind of hard to distinguish the shrieking... God, they have such great sound design. The Witch Elves and the Sisters of Slaughter have some great voice work going for them. You can see Tort's throwing out some Witch Elves of his own to try and help out in this fight. The Sisters of Slaughter are doing a good job of holding this fight up and keeping Tort very pinned back. Even though you are actually kind of losing this fight, it should be okay. Renataki has had the triple cap for a while. A huge advantage in the number of tickets at the very least, although I guess this Medusa could start to really cause problems against any other Witch Elf reinforcements that come out. But another Cold One Knight, so you're kind of replacing the losses that you've experienced back here. Tort's swinging back the value a little bit, and does have a little bit to work with. I mean, the Medusa is the most important unit here. Witch Elves and the Bleak Swords, I don't actually know where you'd want to send these. I think you just want to go in one consolidated movement up to the middle, I guess, and just see if your opponent wants to commit to an engagement here. Renataki doesn't quite have enough tools. Well, I guess he does. I mean, this should be enough. I mean, just engage the Witch Elves aggressively. Hope your opponent, like, blobs up on those guys, and then you get your Cold One Knights around the back and really hammer. Shade's coming out to the #1 objective. I think that's a bit of a mistake, actually. I know the tickets are terrible for you. You do need to cap them ASAP, but just some support in the middle here with those elite guys, and then having your Dark Riders and whatnot go for the outside objectives and just try and force your opponent to send more expensive units over there is probably a better way to go. Shades do have very low armor, so you can see the Dark Riders, some good micro from Renataki, recognizing the opportunity here, just immediately jumps on the very vulnerable skirmish unit. I mean, Shades do have good melee attack, their melee defense is really poor, and the 30 armor makes them so squishy. Even to a 500 gold cavalry unit like this, it's very hard to keep them alive if they're getting dogpiled like this. Medusa goes down, Witch Elves and Cold One Knights just wearing out the remains of Tort's units, and that's going to be a objective win here for Renataki. An incredible mid-game rebound. Getting him into a winning position and not really letting off of the gas pedal from there on out. Great value on the Shadow Sorceress. 2,000 value on your Shadows Caster is incredible. Marathi was doing heavy lifting there. I mean, 2,400 value, and she died within the first 6 or 7 minutes of the game. She was used very aggressively and definitely paid off for herself, but, you know, for these expensive characters like Marathi and Malekith, who are your combat characters, and your spellcasters, you're really counting on them to uptrade significant amounts of value for a chance at a win here. And that just didn't really happen with how early she went down, but there's not a lot you can do about that. Your opponent just recognizes a very, very small window of opportunity. And the repeater crossbows nailed her with a great volley, and then the Scourge Runners just blast her out of the sky with a couple of concentrated shots. Or Carthair as well, I'm sure, getting a little bit of damage in against her. And from there on out, it was just a little bit of mop-up duty in the long run. Here, I gotta restart my game real quick, guys. Being a little buggy, so... I'll BRB. I'll start looking for replays to download as well while I'm rebooting here.
It reveals the secrets of the past, the present,
just talking with
come to be.
Tort for a second. Just letting him know not to take that one too hard. That was a really, really close game against one of the people who's probably one of the favorites for winning the tournament today. And really the difference there being the Lord Snipe was not really something that you can really account for. That's just one of those things where your opponent's units make a play and you just can't make up for it. Oh, Vineyards of Varenio, or Variano, Mercenaries of Tilia, and Siege of Salernum. Okay. Let's actually go take a look at the new maps for a moment. Oh my god, like a pseudo city map? Whoa, I don't know how often that's going to get played, but that's kind of interesting. Vineyards. This is looking like a fairly normal map. Let me just auto-generate an army and go check it out. Sweet. Okay, we got people dropping replays. Actually, thank you for denoting that, Renataki. I would 100% download that and jump in to cast it and then realize after the fact that I've already done it. Whatever, we'll just start it. Yeah, this is a pretty good one. I like this. It's very aesthetic and pretty simple. I like the terrain. What I'd really love to see in a Total War game in the next, like, 5 years or so is for destructible terrain of some type. I think that would add so much to the aesthetics of the game. If anybody's familiar with the War Game series, you know, that consists of like the game Ruse and Wargame Red Dragon, as well as a few others. They've got terrain features that are destructible, or like pseudo-destructible at least. Like there's terrain deformation and everything. Total War hasn't ever really had that. They've done a little bit with it in past games with like city sieges having destroyable buildings and whatnot, but Total War hasn't really prioritized that, but it'd be really a fun addition somewhere down the line.
You have been bested.
So that's Vineyards. We'll take a look at Siege. And then we'll jump into some more replays. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, I'll see how this works. So you got a very wide set open field objective here, and then the other 2 points are within the city. One at the very heart of all of the narrow passageways here, but the second is kind of honestly fairly well positioned. There's definitely maybe something that could be said for not having it totally constricted like this. And these are fairly narrow streets, but I guess that it wouldn't be too heavily favored for, like, infantry. There's still multiple ways up into position, but just 2 positions really need to be covered by infantry, which is here and here. Which is fairly doable. I mean, you don't have to commit anything too crazy expensive to cut all of that space off either. But you can also do this and then have an infantry unit up here and give yourself like an actual route up into the point, which is kind of fun. And here, I actually think this number 1 objective might be slightly more favorable for a more mobile faction to attack onto. Did you have just a straight shot right up onto that point, and then the passageways up here, you've got fairly decent access onto the position no matter what. I mean, your opponent can't cut all of these alleyways off, which is unless they get up in here, which is why I think holding this position is actually really smart. This would be a very fun tactical map to play on. I don't think it'd be super well balanced for tournaments, maybe, but I'm certainly gonna try and prioritize adding these for any tournament I host coming up in the future. Just getting new maps can really shake things up because, you know, there is something to be said for certain units almost always being strong. But maps do determine, to a great extent, the kind of cost-effectiveness that you can see out of more specialized units. Did anyone bother telling them the first scene of their intro video looks really pixelated? No, they left that in as just a little joke for everybody. It is what it is. I don't know why it looks like that. It's really bizarre. It might just be some shenanigans with like pre-rendered cutscenes. City map is way too big though. It's pretty large. I will say that. A lot of stuff will get stuck in the city on the edges. That's what we've got to see with people actually playing. I'm gonna be honest, I see so much like cav-focused play nowadays that I actually think a map that just limits them a little bit just based on design would still be really nice. I don't even think it would be that unfavorable for mobility builds still anyways. Because they're just so strong right now. The maneuverability changes a few patches ago really boosted up people's willingness to be grabbing like extra mobility, because they get away with a lot more now. Because the units are more maneuverable, they don't get trapped into bad positions with risky charges nearly as much. So people can play way more aggressively than they used to with cavalry units. Which I don't think is a bad thing, but I do think could use maybe a little bit of a adjustment so that infantry don't get bulldozed quite as bad as they are right now. Because it does feel a little bit like units like Cold One Knights especially massively overperform into infantry because of how strong their charge bonuses are. And the mass on those units just knocking infantry models into, you know, entirely new dimensions they've never been able to conceive of before. Alright guys, let me actually focus up here. Oh my god, why is this happening? I don't know why Total War is doing this. You can't see it on stream, but it's being a little bit stuttery. At least I hope you can't see it on stream. It's driving me absolutely crazy. I think I need to reinstall the game, because I think it's asking for way too much memory from my computer. Yeah. Get through that. We'll actually get these replays into my folders, and then we can actually kick it all off. Thank you all for bearing with me as I've been doing a little bit of experimentation into the new maps. They look promising. I definitely think they're going to be a good change of pace. As to whether they are like long-term tournament viable maps, I have no idea yet. I have to actually see them get played before we can make a determination as to how skewed they might be to one or the other play style. I've been seeing your messages, Piston. I'm curious to see what exactly happens here. Vampire Coast is a fairly tricky matchup for Khorne. It's probably a decent, like, 60-40 in Khorne's favor. But all the Vampire Coast need to do to get a win here usually is to just Lord Snipe you. If Vampire Coast can get some accurate missile fire onto Skull Taker, Valkia, whatever Lord you bring as Khorne, and they actually kill your Lord, you're in deep trouble, because there's really not a lot that you can afford to give up in terms of leadership as is for Khorne, just because your units are very reliant on Frenzy. And into the Undead, when you lose Frenzy and the ITP wears off, then you've got the characters like Silostra, Mournghul's come in, hell, even the Fear starts to affect your units and lower their leadership even further. And you just kind of get run off the field at that point. Keeping your Lord alive is Khorne. Khorne probably relies on their Lord's mere existence more than any other faction, in my opinion. And it almost entirely has to do with the Mark of Khorne, giving Frenzy, and that being the big selling point. Without Frenzy, your units really are just, like, worse than everything else, because you lose melee defense in exchange for the melee attack buff and weapon strength buff that Frenzy gives. You get some charge bonus too. Just a good 10% increase to the aggressive stats across the board. You get a little bit of armor, and then the spell resistance is nice, but there's a lot of ways around spell resistance. Still waiting for a day where CA is able to, like, properly code their spell resistances so that buff spells and all kinds of other stuff don't just bypass it entirely. Super aggressive dives with the Furies and the Fleshhounds. This isn't really how you want to attack the Vampire Coast. You do want to grind through them, yes. But you do need to have some units that are fairly safe against shooting. Use the Furies and the Fleshhounds as your tools for getting on the gun line, yes. But in the front line, I really do like just standard Chaos Warriors for the frontline tools. Because they do great damage, they're very heavily armored, so pistol mobs don't really do a whole lot to them, and they have a shield so that blunderbusses and handgunners don't just nuke through them. Because these Chosen of Khorne, I mean, absolutely incredible stats as you can see. They've got 68 melee attack right now, 49 melee defense is really damn good, and the weapon strength at 76 with a bonus versus infantry of 10 absolutely will shred the deckhand mobs. But the problem is that if you can't kill the frontline faster than the hand cannons and handguns can shoot these guys down, then you're losing these 1450 gold infantry and not having much to show for it. And because you invested so much in the front line, whoops, with Chosen going down to shooting, that's going to mean that your mobility is going to have a much harder time engaging because your opponent doesn't have anything in the front line that they have to hyper-prioritize, right? So that's what I'm a little worried about. They are killing quite a bit here. Grind through a couple of units. There's more deckhand mobs being sent in to feed the flames, so to speak. Solastra's really deep in the back line here. Skulltaker could fight her. I mean, there's no reason not to, really. I mean, he's being affected by Fog of the Damned. Only in technicality. Because of his unyielding assault, he doesn't actually lose any melee attack. And his 61 melee attack with Revel and Slaughter, plus, where is it? Totem of Endless Bloodletting, which is the bound buff to all Blood Thrones. Even that 61 melee attack is enough to get around Solastra's melee defense, which is actually fairly weak, and she does not heal. You can get up on her really fast and kind of bully her with Skulltaker. Especially with the Slayer Sword active. He gets a massive increase to weapon strength, melee attack, and he also lowers her weapon strength by 20%, so, or 25% actually, not 20%. A little bit better even than that, so it can make Skulltaker one of the best dueling characters in the game, which you might think is a little ridiculous, and I would say that is very true, but Khorne's gotta have something. If they buff Exalted Bloodthirsters, I'd be okay with them nerfing Skulltaker. If they do that, then I think you'd actually have a fairly well-balanced faction. The big problem here for Piston is the lack of durable infantry. The Marauders of Khorne with the dual weapons are just really not that good of a unit. Unfortunately, they tend to just be too squishy for the price point. You can see over here, this unit able to actually get close to paying for themselves. They got 210 kills. They've been chunking through the zombies. But leadership becoming a problem. Skulltaker is dead. You got the Cultists fighting in here. Now, Cultists are a great unit in this matchup because they fight really well against a number of targets as long as they're not caught out alone. cultists on top of like an infantry unit can grind really well and get you great value because they've got good offensive stats. They can beat up on Morn ghouls. They can even put a little damage down on like regular Rotting Promethean. Lamprey's Revenge are a little too advanced for them. But they also beat Count Noctilus and are good for just rocking up and soaking up damage from the hand cannons and the hand gunners. They've got that silver shield. It saves them a lot of anguish. And if you get the Bloodletter summon off into the back line, you can very quickly tear apart the gun line positions for the Vampire Coast. You just got to be really patient. This matchup is really tricky. If you go in super aggressively like Piston did here, it's usually going to end up being a loss. If you exercise your patience, build up on the points, make sure that you're holding 2 points away from the Vampire Coast. If they get up on 2 points and they force you into them, you're going to end up in a really bad spot fairly quick. But if you're forcing the slow zombies forward and slowly trickling the front line away from the back line and get them separated so they can't mutually support each other nearly as easily, that's when you can go for the dive. With all the Furies and the Flesh Hounds, you can push the Chosen in safely at that point and get up to chew through all the deckhand mobs that suddenly don't have the fire support necessary to stay alive and allow other elements to value trade. That's kind of the game plan here. I would cut all the dual weapon Marauders. They just aren't good. Dual weapons in general just don't have a good enough selling point for the niche they occupy. There's a few matchups for Chosen with the dual weapons, but the standard Chaos Warriors and the Marauder dual weapons are just not that good. You want the Sword and Board guys for Vampire Coast. Because the armor check is a good strategy, you just really want the silver shields as well, so that the missile fire is a little bit less of a pressing concern. You can actually eat a few volleys and still make it into combat, which you can't do without them. R.I.P. Piston. Vaya con Dios, brother. Let's use some Dark Elves here. Got another Dark Elf player. They've become really popular. They were already a fairly popular faction, but I've seen even more people picking them up now that guys like Daniken and some of the other Dark Elf mains have really been innovating on the playstyle and have brought them up to, I think they're still a top 5 faction. Actually, check that real quick. Anyways, well, that's booting up. We've got Spearman here with some Lothern Seaguard behind. Eltharion the Grim is going to be floating his way over on his giant griffin. He's going to be throwing down some Tempest and Apotheosis whenever possible. Good call from Velix, keeping his army ground-based. That means Eltharion's really only going to be able to use Apotheosis. I wouldn't imagine any other flying unit is going to be coming out here. Although I say that, and immediately we see the Crows of Cain, but a beautiful volley from the Illyrian Reaver archers here. Already taking a few of the models down and doing some serious HP damage. Yeah, this time, though, the Crows of Cain dodge under the shots. They're able to get within charging distance and are closing ground on the Illyrian Reaver archer unit here. These guys stop, and they're going to start getting pummeled pretty badly here. Crows of Cain have good damage output. Melee attack is not incredible, but it's much better than a standard Harpy. And the weapon strength is pretty substantial, enough to definitely wear out weaker units, but Terror Route comes in from Eltharion. Really good counter charge just to keep these guys nice and healthy. And wow, look at this! The Death Hag is getting deleted in the middle here by the Bolt Throwers and the Illyrian, or not the Illyrian Reavers, the Lothern Seaguard. Throwing damage down like it's candy, dude. Oh my god, on Halloween, no less. See, the Blood Shield of Cain doesn't give enough physical resistance for this big old shrine to stay alive, and, you know, missile resistance is nice, but I do feel like people have a tendency to maybe overrate just how effective it is. This Death Hag on the Blood Cauldron gonna be routing out of here now, and Altharion the Grim does land in to find the Sorceress. Crone Hellebron is up in the front line, very occupied with clearing out the High Elf infantry right now. And without the protection, you can see Altharion's able to immediately do some serious damage to the Death Sorceress. Gets her Terror routed as well. War Hydra comes over as the Goon Squad to try and force Altharion off. He's going to be very obliging to it. He could have sat there maybe and dueled with it for a moment or two. But saving HP on your big expensive lord and just maneuvering him around and continuing to hammer flanks is not a bad idea either. You see the Crows of Cain back out. We actually have some Shadow Walkers on the field, an exceptionally strong unit for the High Elves, I've noticed. They were once a campaign exclusive. They did finally get added to the multiplayer side of things. I think they were one of the units that was in the extended roster section in the past. But with the start of Warhammer 3, they very much fill the infantry skirmishing niche that the High Elves honestly were lacking, because you did have Shadow Warriors, but those guys don't seem to be very strong as a unit. The Shadow Walkers are exceptional at range. They do massive damage, hyper accurate. They just nail people with their bows. They've got poison, and they have exceptionally strong stats in melee with a great bonus versus infantry. Very consistently, they will use all their ammo up and get you about 1,000 value, which is what they cost, and then they can grind out a good 500-600 value in melee if you need them to. Or you can unsummon and get the money back. There's a lot of versatility in what you can do with those guys. High Elves do lose the momentum in the middle, but that's not a big issue for them since they're controlling the outside objectives. The earlier Reaver Archers have been used very well, very clean and sharp play on them, not getting caught by any like scattered infantry that are just like chasing after them. You do see that sometimes. I've definitely been guilty of it in the past where I've just gotten lazy about microing a mobile unit away from infantry, and then the infantry actually end up catching those guys. But maneuvering them out of the way and pulling them farther and farther from the number one there. Definitely going to give the High Elves time to build out more forces. It's mostly their spearmen that have been dealt with so cleanly by the Dark Elves. It did cost the Blood Cauldron and a lot of damage on the Black Ark Corsairs, as you can see, and the War Hydra is getting pummeled pretty badly. Now, it would be really nice to see the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers swap ammo types. See, it's using the scatter shot. It's still doing good damage to the War Hydra, though. Mostly because this thing is so huge that even though you see quite a few of the shots are missing, they are, on occasion, still making good enough contact to wear the HP down a little bit. But the single shot form would be a lot more effective, because it does have an actual bonus versus large of 50, which does boost the DPS quite nicely. Shadow Walkers get caught by the Cold One Knights here, but the Fireborn come out and just crush the counterattack of the Dark Elves here. And you can see the Raven Heralds are on the field. I did see Eltharion drop a Tempest on them earlier, but they were able to survive. They kited back to the spawn zones, and Eltharion didn't want to over-pursue any deeper in. So he gets free and available. Look at the firepower coming in from the Shadow Walkers. You know, they were routing a moment ago, but they rally up in just a couple of shots, chunking through the Raven Heralds. You can see how accurate these Shadow Walkers really are.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured
they're
victory points.
near max range, and they'll probably still land most of their shots here as these guys are trying to get out of the line of fire. Dropping a couple more models. Raven Herald's not going to be rallying. That means the Fireborn are going to be very free to maneuver around and pick and choose the optimal targets for engagements. A little bit of friendly fire from the High Elves here. Definitely need to get the shots away from where the Fireborn are and just finish up the Black Ark Corsairs in the middle here. Fireborn are definitely going to finish off the War Hydra here. You can see its HP is just being chewed through in record time by the Heavy Knights of the High Elves here. Apotheosis would be really nice right about now for the Fireborn. They've got 46 models. They took a decent amount of HP damage. They could definitely benefit from the roundabouts 10% heal that Apotheosis offers them. Or actually, it's 8%, right? It's 10 seconds, not 12? Yeah, it is 10 seconds. Witch Elf scrapping here. Lyrian Reavers are just kind of occupying ground, doing a good job of poking down these Dark Shards who really don't have the stats, obviously, to fight back, but Witch Elves and the Crows of Cain are getting a very nice opportunity to clear up one Illyrian Reaver. And you can see that Gaze of Cain ability from the Crone Hellebron coming in pretty clutch here. Definitely allowing the Dark Shards here to at least put a little bit of damage down on the Illyrian Reavers right now. Keeping them occupied as well, since they do have a buff to their leadership. You can see over here, Lyrian Reavers getting chewed up, the Witch Elves ripping into those guys, and the Crows of Cain going to turn around and help against the Archers now. Fireborn moving over, though, and a really good timing on the Apotheosis as they're charging, making sure that any damage in this initial stage of the engagement is cleaned up and gives them extra time to grind in melee combat, because they do have really good stats and sustained fights. Fireborn are honestly one of the best cavalry units, pound for pound. There really isn't a whole lot that they can't do. The shock damage is incredible, the AP is nice with a great bonus versus large. Incredible melee defense, as long as their martial mastery is active, allows them to just sit in positions, sustain fights, and get heals, and not really have to give up ground, which is pretty nice. Silverhelms and the Storm Riders are fighting the Coldwind Knights here in the middle against poor old Druki, Supreme Sorceress, who's getting bullied a little bit right now. She was doing a decent job of helping anchor here in the middle. Just providing the Encourage aura and then dropping the spells, obviously. I think that you're probably wanting Shadow's Magic here. Death Sorceress isn't a bad call. Spirit Leech can be really useful for these big characters. But I think if you're going to do that, then you want to bring a little bit more to actually threaten characters like Eltharion, so that you can Lord Snipe if the time and opportunity presents itself. Because here the problem for Vele has just been the fact that the High Elf shooting has been able to play very safely. The Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers used all their ammo. The Shadow Walkers did get jumped on at one point, but they were able to pull back in pretty good standing. They've got half their models left, and they did help clear up a very high impact unit in the Raven Heralds with just a few volleys. And then all the swarming cost-effective infantry. Proving to be a little too much. The Dark Riders have not really been able to get good value. The Coldwood Knights have been okay, but they've just kind of allowed the Fireborn here to operate with impunity, which you can never do. I mean, they've gotten 3,000 value, and they're still very healthy. You have to be able to answer this unit. You need the Melkoths for the Fireborn to wear them down slowly over time. Fate of Buna for the Deathcaster would have been really nice. That takes the Fireborn down to less than half health if you use it on them. And just having a Coldwind Knight to actually mirror these guys is pretty important. Like, the second they come out on the field, you need to make sure that you're not taking any overly aggressive fights around them, because the Fireborn are a countercharge Supreme unit. If they catch you rocking up into a risky position, and they're able to charge down your heavy cavalry, your heavy cav is going to get deleted in about half a second. And you can pile more stuff in on top of that, and the Fireborn can get heals through it, and they can sustain with their stats through it. The thing they can't resist in any meaningful way is the magic, and that's why you really have to have a spell counter of some type. Cathay vs. Brett's? I'll check it out, man. Let me go to the Discord real quick, and I'll start dragging and dropping. Sweetness. Let's see it happen. So we got Sharky on Bretonia, and we've got Unknown here on Grand Cathay. I never know what to think of Grand Cathay armies. I don't play them. Hardly ever. I mean, I've played maybe like 5 games as Grand Cathay and just really not been a huge fan of their playstyle. I prefer more aggressive factions in general. I've spoken very, very vocally about some of the things that I wish they would do to adjust harmony, so it's a lot less positioning dependent on your units just being all bunched up together, because I don't really love that playstyle of just like boxing up and hoping your opponent can't get through it. What I really wish they would do for harmony is just make it so that you're balancing the types of units that are on the field. If you have an even number of yin units and yang units, then you get max harmony. I think that would be a pretty straightforward way of adjusting it that would allow Cathay to play their more mobile builds a little bit better. And you wouldn't see so much Onyx Croman spam, maybe.
Keep it from the foe.
Maybe you'd see a little bit more, like, traditional grounded missile unit play at that point. But who's to say what it would really do, you know? People can think something up and then not anticipate what the reality of changes like that will actually do. Celestial General needs to be real careful against Alberic. Alberic is definitely one of the most obnoxious anti-large characters in the game. He self-buffs with his Braid of Bordelot, which is right here, does in fact have it. It makes him just an absolute nightmare for units with low melee defense. Even units with fairly high melee defense usually struggle against Alberic, because opponents versus large of 42 means that his 52 melee attack against large sharks is actually 94. Damn near nothing is going to be able to resist his momentum. And then you've got the Lifecaster who can always just heal him up. So you'll see an edge here for Bretonia in that regard as well. Celestial General is going to be trying to pull back now. Celestial Sweep is available. You can definitely fly in and drop it on some of these Knights Errant. Sharky is being so aggressive right now, and is kind of crushing Unknown's mobility currently. Jade Lancers are holding up, but not a whole lot else is. You can see a lot of the Peasant Spears are running here. Got 2 units that are fairly well worn out. Oh, one of them is a Halberd, though, and doing a pretty good job of standing pat. Skyjunks, though, pretty uncontested. Mounted Yeomen are doing a pretty good job of wearing one out on the flank over here. This is where Unknown, with 800 gold, get a Jade Lancer out and use it to actually go and screen the Mounted Yeomen a little bit. Mounted Yeomen don't want to get charged, obviously, and one Jade Lancer could force back a couple or even all of these Mounted Yeomen, so the Skyjunk can be a little bit safer from the fire, and maybe you could rotate it farther back and bring the other forward to soak up the aggro at that point. Mounted Yeomen are staying fairly aggressive here. They are chasing down quite a few Grand Cathay units. More Jade Lancers on the move, getting into the fight here, and a good Earthblood does hit quite a few of the Knights Errant, as well as Alberic. But they don't really get a good opportunity to engage the Jade Lancers here, as I think Sharky was looking for, because of all of the Halberds. Halberds are very, very heavily concentrated in just one area. You've got good spacing on this one, but having the Halberds just in a little bit of a Nice forward-facing line, slightly staggered, and moving up. Just to occupy this #1 objective is the way to go. You don't want to allow the Bretonnians to continue this triple cap, because they were able to take all 3 in the early game here. Skyjunk's going to go down. That's a huge loss of value trade potential for Cathay. If you're doing double Skyjunk, you're counting on those Skyjunks to get you like 2,400 value apiece. Nice Searing Doom. Massive damage against the Knights here. God, Searing Doom is so good against cavalry. Ripping through these poor Bretonnian units. And a really ugly terror route coming down from the Celestial General using a Fearsome Roar, I presume, here. Yeah, removing the ITP. No more Impetuous from charging. Also lowering the leadership. They should start rallying here on the edge now. You can see one stabilizes, a few more in the works at doing so as well. Bretonnia with the Peasant Tides coming in now, doing their best to lock down the #1. Really good positioning on the Mounted Yeoman now. They kill one Skyjunk. Cap problems because of the expendable trait on all the Bretonnian infantry can be really, really awful for them against factions like Grand Cathay, who do have fairly durable cap weight with the Jade Warriors. But Mounted Yeomen, especially with the bows, are an indispensable unit because they have the standard cap weight that all cavalry do of 4. Which is only 1 less than infantry. And because they're so mobile, as long as you keep your cav bouncing from point to point as enemies move up on it, not only can you hang on to objectives, even if you are down in value, kind of like Sharky is right now, but you can also use them to continue to uptrade. I mean, they're very safe and consistent units. Their range is a little limited compared to other horse archers. But they do have a good amount of ammo, and they do hit fairly hard. I mean, the 16 base missile damage and 3 AP is pretty in line with most of the other horse archers in games in terms of damage output. Alberic is actually getting beat up a little bit. The Celestial General being kept alive really nicely by Unknown here. And actually able to stack up with some Jade Lancers, and is pushing Alberic off the field. He is routing. You can see some of the pursuing jank going on here as he's not able to hit Alberic for some reason. Literally got his claws in the Griffin's asshole there, but never mind. At the very least, if you can chase Alberic off, there will still be leadership problems for a limited time for Bretonnia. And you've gotten your first objective as Cathay. You need to start thinking about the other ones. I mean, this cap situation is pretty ugly. You don't want to just forgo any fights here, though, because you do want to try and clean up as much of this as possible. You want to leave as few units available for the Bretonnians to rally here in the late game and slow up your momentum on the caps, because Knights of the Realm are going to come out. They're going to crush this Peasant Horseman unit. You've got Knights Errant over here, as well as a couple of Mounted Yeomen. You can see Alberic getting chased off. That leadership is going to be tanking for the Bretonnians for a little while. When your Lord gets chased off the field, it's only a temporary leadership loss. It rallies after a couple of minutes, but if your Lord dies, that's where the real penalty is, because that's a perpetual -10. Starts off as a -16, wears down to the perpetual -10, but that's a lot of leadership to lose on most units. Knights of the Realm, though, are going to be a very nice late-game piece, because they do have decent leadership at 75. As opposed to something like the Mounted Yeomen and the, I believe Knights Errant have 60 leadership. Yeah, that's substantial chunks of their leadership being lost, just from your Lord being gone. Having 75 leadership gives you a little bit of a cushion for this unit to still be able to sustain in combat and not just break the second they get rear charged. They'll be pretty nice as the fixer, and then the Knights Errant should probably just maneuver around and try to get the side charges off here for Bretonnia. all of the peasants being unsummoned. Sharky not really seeing the point in keeping them out on the field, nor do I. Keeping low leadership units on the field is often a bad idea, because friendly units do suffer from their allies running off the field, and I don't believe that, even though they have expendable cap weight, they don't technically count that way. For leadership purposes, I'm pretty sure that Bretonnia Knights do get discouraged from their men-at-arms running away from combat. Getting them off the field gets you more supplies as well, and then you can see a mounted yeoman's going to come out and try and push the #1 objective a little bit, although a good response from Unknown, pulling the Jade Warriors back. You've got this Sky Junk with 1,000 HP left. It's going to get a beautiful side shot off on the mounted yeoman here. Pretty good damage, nothing too crazy, but definitely enough to get those guys into a rough position with their leadership already being really low. You can see the damage by artillery modifier applying there, but no leadership lost from their Lord penalty anymore. Damsel looks like she's coming back out here and dropping a nice Earthblood on all the Knights for Bretonnia here. Healing in the late game is going to mean that the Jade Lancers and the Peasant Horsemen fall off exceptionally hard here. This is going to be so difficult for the Grand Cathay forces to handle. They're just not going to have the damage output, and you can see, even if they are getting damage off, Shield of Thorns is applying that melee reflection right now. And the Empress's Crowmen, the Jade Lancers, and the Peasant Horsemen, every time they're doing damage to these Knights now, taking a little bit of poke and return, wearing themselves out. Despite being up 3,000 value, it really doesn't feel that way. Grand Cathay does have the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin on the field, and we do get a great terror route, great opportunity to follow up and chase some of these Knights down. Knights Errant over here being cleaned up by the Onyx Crowmen. Not really a whole lot else they can pursue, though. Damsel does get beat up and is losing her nerve and running away here. A lot of that is the Frightening Roar, though, or Fearsome Roar. Once that wears off, she should rally before she goes off the field. It'd be so nice if Cathay just had like 1 or 2 tattered units that they could use to chase a lot of this stuff down. Some Peasant Horsemen out here that could do that, but losing the opportunity, and the Celestial General is going to die here, which all of the leadership problems that Bretonnia has contended with, they've been able to survive. But here in a late game scenario where you desperately need all your units to hold so that you can continue to lock down the points, I don't know if it's going to happen for Cathay. They're losing the #2 objective, and all Sharky needs is 13 seconds. And I think it actually isn't going to be possible for Cathay to retake this. If they lose it, they lose the game. It's going to take them too long to recapture, I think. Wow. Oh my god. Incredibly clutch save here. Mounted Yeoman, Archers, and the Spearmen at Arms are able to flip the #2, and that's going to be a GG in favor of Bretonnia.
Unending glory is yours.
You know, the early aggression was pretty nice, but the Sky Junks took a while to take down, or a great distraction tool. It did allow the heavy cavalry of Cathay to come out, and with the Zhanggu War Drum buffs, we're definitely able to equal the damage output of the Bretonnians, and really had an opportunity to take this game despite an early triple cap. But just a small positioning mistake, leaving this middle objective undefended, and the Bretonnians see the opportunity and steal it right out from underneath the Cathay, and are able to win the game here. Really beautiful play from Sharky. I would still probably hold up on the over-aggression, I would say, in the early game that we saw. There's not a lot to dive here. Just get your triple cap and use your cavalry to slow up your opponent's main formation from getting up on any of the objectives. You can just kind of throw a unit or two up in their path, like these mounted yeomen can maybe like charge in and then immediately pull back, just to slow your opponent's momentum until you get your men-at-arms. Then the men-at-arms can run in and actually start scrapping with the infantry, because that'll give you the time to then answer all the Jade Lancers and Onyx Crowmen on the flanks, and then you could build up like some Grail Knights. They're pretty good. They've got great mass. They can trample through even heavily armored halberds, as long as they stay on the move and don't get locked down in a sustained fight. I make it a little bit easier on you, but you did a great job of playing into the aggression and really keeping your opponent from being able to handle hanging on to all of the points. I would screw land belts. I guess that's true. You lose one unit and all their units are debuffed. That's a pretty fair point. How is Cathay, though, in land battles? I don't even imagine them being all that good there. I know they're better, but I don't know, man. I just have some questions about Grand Cathay's design philosophy. They're a cool faction. The aesthetics are absolutely god tier. But something about them in-game just plays kind of funky. Again, that's my opinion, though. Other people probably disagree. I mean, and someone's already made a really good point as to how my balancing idea would actually really mess them up for stuff like land battles. I mean, it would hurt them in campaign, too, but I think it would kind of play into their whole faction identity as, like, you know, the perpetually under siege, like, Guardians of the East, basically, is kind of their vibe, right? Mounted Yeomen, just a couple of them. We've got a couple Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. The Yeomen definitely want to be counter-skirmishing against these guys.
Keep it from the foe.
Oh, this is Sharky's round 1 game, so I'm curious to see how he did against Mr. Fly. Mr. Fly is a really good Tzeentch player. You don't see too many Tzeentch players out there right now, but they are a fairly decent faction. They can definitely scrap, and the faction specialists for Tzeentch almost always have a trick up their sleeves to kind of keep you on the back foot, and because you don't see them too often, people are oftentimes unprepared for some of the trickier things to handle. I think that's going to be the chosen of Tzeentch with the halberds here for Bretonnia. If they don't have a Trebuchet or Heaven's Caster with Uranus Thunderbolt or Comet or something, those chosen are going to be damn near invincible against this front line. The only thing front line-wise that Bretonnia has that could do any damage to a chosen would be something like a Foot Squire. I don't even think Foot Squires would be able to trade well into a chosen halberd anyways. The melee defense, I think, would be a little too much for them to handle. It's probably just going to have to be shock damage and a dream for Bretonnia here if they're going to kill those guys. I would be focusing potentially on pressing down the #1 objective here. There's just one Zangor out on that point. And Mr. Fly did have the triple cap, but Sharky very quickly is able to grab this one over here. You've got more pressure going down on the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, but they've done a great job of buffering damage on their shields so far. And getting a little counterfire, nothing too crazy. I mean, they've just killed a couple of the Mounted Yeomen, and they're all being nice to one another and swarming around in circles and waiting for the real frontline fighting to kick off. You've got the Peasant Bowmen here getting some great damage on some of the Marauders. A couple of these guys have lost their shields. You probably just want to focus fire down one of them right now. Try and make Mr. Fly panic and overpress into this position before he's ready and able to commit to the kind of units that he needs to bring out to really break this position up. Something that would be really useful here against this Bretonnian formation would probably just be like a couple of Furies. Tzeentch Furies can usually buffer damage on their shield on the way in against the peasant archers and whatnot. Another thing would be some Centigores. Oh my god, and you can see the massive Fury Swarm coming in here. Mr. Fly with triple Fury Summon out of the side point. Gonna go after the Mani Yeoman, potentially. Definitely gonna be able to do some work here. And a nice Searing Doom on the Spearman at Arms. I mean, you might not think it's like the... It really isn't like the best value in the world, but just breaking up a isolated spear unit here in the early game. So that your cap situation is a little bit firmer there, and then you can also maybe start to work your way forward with your infantry quicker up onto all of the concentrated archers here. Would be pretty nice. Mr. Fly is being very patient. You can definitely hold on to the middle here for ages, and, you know, the peasant archers can do damage to the Chosen, but barrier's pretty substantial. They've got 120 armor. They could probably use all of their remaining ammunition and only get through half the HP on this Chosen unit. Keep an eye on that. You can see the peasant, or not the peasants, the Pegasus Knights. One standard and one royal are doing a pretty good job of keeping the Furies at bay right now. They've kind of scattered to the corners of the map now. Just trying to preserve those guys and find an in. There's just no way in right now for Sharky. You've got some Forsaken now. I still want to see a Centaur of Tzeentch. The Centaurs of Tzeentch are so strong. They're the perfect countercharge unit for a faction like Bretonnia. They don't want to get charged by Knights of the Realm, but if they're able to get a good flank off and have some support from like a Fury or something, they can very quickly just chunk through the Knights of the Realm before those guys can really even get their anti-large on target. It's going to be a really nice Searing Doom of the Royal Pegasus Knights. Not normally the type of target that you think Searing Doom would do so well against, but it's fairly effective against these multi-model entity-type units. You get a really nice Final Transmutation on Alberic here, taking his HP down, you know, about 1400 HP lost on him. And the Chosen with a little bit of value, they're just going to be waiting for stuff to have to engage onto them. Chosen obviously just don't do damage if they're the ones charging into combat. Charge bonus is way too low. They don't pile into combat super cleanly either. Bit of a mistake from Sharky. Good notice, though. The Damsel is going to be pulling out of there. She kind of runs up into the Chosen, but luckily able to retreat before anything too terrible happens. Nice Tzeentch army ability. Nuking one of the men-at-arms here, as well as a Fire Arrow Archer. Taking some pretty substantial damage. It's been a very slow game here. Sharky, though, needs to start getting worried about these points, and again, no aggression on the number one here. I know you want to defend your infantry position, but, man, I mean, not even, like, Knights Errant to go after these Zangors is, in my opinion, really hurting the Bretonnian army, because they just keep getting hammered by these Searing Dooms. 1900 value on the, the little Tzeentch Herald flying around on his little disc. You know, the evil gumball. God, they're so grotesque. And you can see his disc is zipping in and out of the warp there, obviously. Alberic getting hammered by the javelins here.
Unending glory is yours.
Well, it looks like Sharky is going to throw in the towel with Alberic being so low, and the continued inability to break through here. I mean, the Halberds were just such a great choice, man. I mean, they get the extra cap weight as an elite unit now. Tourney already has bad enough cap weight as it is. And just staying infantry focused and not over allocating resources to the mobile fights and locking down 2 points really gave the Herald plenty of opportunities to drop the magic and really rack the value up. And that's going to be a fairly odd, it's going to be an odd game, you know. You don't see too many games play out that way. People are usually pretty obliging for playing aggressive styles of gameplay in domination mode. But here you can see just a slow burn build from Tzeentch and how to actually execute one. You don't really do anything too crazy. Take advantage of your opponent's weaknesses, cap weight, weak front lines, elite halberds that your cavalry just can't answer. And then a really strong magic option for a faction that has big characters for Final Transmutation, and then Searing Doom for all the cavalry. Love to see it. B tier in land battle? I mean, I imagine that sounds about right. I've heard that Dowei are just like the uncontested masters of land battles, which does not surprise me at all. They're really strong in Dom as it is. In land battles, I don't even imagine how you break down a box. The second Dowei get into their geometric formations, it's GG. One more round 2 game. I'm going to start looking for some round 3 stuff that we can get into. That way we're not just doing the same maps over and over again. Would be nice to see some different tactics on some of the other maps here. We got another Renataki special. We got Kintama here. I think these guys played last tournament as well.
And I always get what I want. Prepare to die.
Maybe I'm wrong, though. Anyways, Kintama is going for a box build. You just got Chaos Warriors, Slaughter Guard behind them with 3 Forsaken, and then Azazel in the sky. With an awful lot of abilities, which isn't a bad thing. Azazel does benefit from these pretty greatly. Domineering Aura, though, I think you can cut almost all the time. The effects really are not that noteworthy. I mean, if your enemy is already wavering, then what's the point of having more stats against them, really? It's not going to benefit you that much. Just pop your Demon Blade and actually rout them at that point if they're wavering, you know? It might be situationally useful, I guess. Oh no, that lowers the stats. I don't know what I'm talking about. Lowering the stats on your opponent's units. Does it affect everything in range? It does affect everything in range. So I guess if you're fighting a low leadership faction, you can pop Demon Blade, land in, and do a little bit of work against a unit, get them wavering, and then you start to get the effect intensity up. And then that lowers the stats of all the stuff that's actually holding the line. So maybe it's... Okay. I'm reading it the wrong way around. So I can actually see the use of Domineering Aura. Still don't know how consistent that's going to be. Doomfire Warlock's getting hammered by the Soul of Damnation right now, but they do have the Bound Doom Bolts, and Doom Bolts will kill the Soul of Damnation model fairly quickly. I think, though, that you need 3 of those Doom Bolts to actually kill the unit. Not 100% on it, but I'm fairly certain. Oh, and we get the Amber Spear. Beautiful magic choices here. I really should spend a little bit more time talking about the opening builds, so I can catch stuff like that a little earlier, I guess. But it's a nice surprise, you know, not knowing everything before it's going to happen. Amber Spear is going to finish up the Soul of Damnation. The Doom Bolt was just a little bit of extra spice on top of the Sunday here. Doomfire Warlocks go down, but they don't go down without a fight, at least. I mean, the Hellstrider did take some damage. I guess, you know, you're looking for more out of the Doomfire Warlocks when they're so expensive, obviously, but, I mean, half the value back is something at least. And in exchange for killing the Soul of Damnation, I think it's worth it every single time. Again, another Amber Spear, and we do see a very dead artillery piece for the Warriors of Chaos. Which is going to be a big problem for them. They don't have any way to shoot down Black Ark Corsair handbows now. All you can do is just throw forward your heavily armored infantry and hope that they don't get worn out by all the skirmish play from the Dark Elves. Supreme Sorceress is just flying around doing her thing, and the K-Knight Assassin over here is fighting Azazel with the support of the Hellstriders. He's going to go down pretty quickly here. Azazel's just such a dominant character. Crazy stats in melee attack and melee defense. His 5 armor is the only real weak point. He's got Fizz Res to cover up for that, though, against non-magical damage, obviously. And then he's just got the standard shenanigans that Tzeentch is able, or Slaanesh is able to bring. Lash, Pavane, Blissful Rapture is really good, mini Wah type of effect. And then the Demon Blade is a great item, because being able to lower leadership in any fight that you take an engagement in when you've got a terror route type of effect means that you're able to just break up positions at will, basically. You can see the Cold One Knights here, caught out of position a little bit, the Hellstriders, as well as the Slaughter Guard and some Trolls in here with Azazel to help drag down a very expensive mobility piece for Renataki. Now, there have definitely been a few things that could be going better for Renataki. Frontline fight is obviously not looking too peachy for him. He has cleared out a lot of the armored units here, but there are still some fairly healthy Chaos Warriors, not even to mention the Slaughter Guard, who are just at max prowess still, essentially. Gonna be an absolutely brutal unit to have to grind into. But just the fact that there's no pressure from the Soul of Damnation now, and you can maybe find some way to bring up some heavy AP to deal with the Halberds. I think as long as you don't allow the Warriors of Chaos to get their second objective before you're in triple cap range, you're fine, just playing for time. You know, the caps are looking pretty favorable, as is for the Dark Elves. They just really don't want to pile into a massive fight and overplay their hand, and allow these really expensive, heavily armored infantry units to grind out the value that they're looking for. You can see a lot of the Forsaken have been handled with quite a bit of grace. There really hasn't been a whole lot of damage that they've been able to do against the much quicker faction here. It's not abysmal, though, and Kentama is slightly ahead. That's not taking into account the Soul of Damnation being dead. The artillery crew gives you value, but if you kill the artillery piece, I've noticed that the game is a little bit weird and indecisive as to how it wants to score that in the damage value bars. Again, these are almost always a lie. You should just never rely on those to tell you the tale of the tape. The ability to discern who's advantaged comes with time, and it can be a little difficult to tell at points. In a fairly close game like this, anything goes, really. You know, just a few good engagements from the Armored Trolls with the Chosen underneath, and something like this happening. Oh man, the Supreme Sorceress getting caught on the ground here. Hellstriders are hard enough to escape from. Azazel is going to be impossible to get away from. And you can see her going down really quickly here. No Flock of Doom for the mobile units now. Nothing to really punish the Hellstriders when they're unengaged from melee combat. And with them being 100 speed, and being able to pick and choose their fights at pretty much any time, this could end up being a big problem for Renataki in the late game. Really nice micro, you know, you've got the Slaughter Guard just anchoring on the #1 and kind of forcing the Cold One Knights to find a new home, not wanting to stay there much longer, although I don't know if going for that cap on the backside was really worth it. I think you really needed those Cold One Knights up here in this fight, because I see Kentama really swinging back the momentum right now. It's getting to a late game enough position with just enough time, though, for Kentama to be able to cap these points, and then the heavy infantry are going to be a real issue, because you're going to have to engage onto them. You're not going to be able to just kite around them like Renataki's been able to up to this point, to hold on to the objectives. Although, again, not really able to get the middle objective. The Slaughter Guard just continued to run around and be really obnoxious for the Dark Elves mobility units. Constantly forcing them off of points and into new fights is definitely not ideal, but the Cold One Knights do get over to clean up the Trolls and now some Chaos Warriors. Chosen are a damn good unit, but they don't have the AP to get through the Knights here. Cold One Knights, with all of this infantry support, should be able to wear these guys down fairly effectively. Azazel has been so strong this game. But the problem now for the Warriors of Chaos, again, is just the fact that they are running on fumes in terms of numbers. Like, they can get all these elite units out, but they just continue to get isolated. They're fighting so far away from one another, and the Slaughter Guard just having to run back and forth without being able to get any value is rough, dude. I mean, this is how you counter expensive halberd units like this, with a more mobile army. Just ignore them completely. You don't need to break this unit down right now. What you need to do is continue maneuvering and snagging objectives anywhere and everywhere that you can, and Renataki has been so good about it this game. Chaos Warriors have chosen finally flipping the cap weight here on the number 3. You can see Hellstriders dragging down some Cold One Knights here. Also a little tangled up with the Scourge Runner Chariots and the Blackheart Corsair Handbows. Handbows are really healthy, and the Dark Riders are going to move up and cap the number 2 now. Honestly, the Slaughter Guard just sitting on the number 2 probably would have been a better option, but, you know, it can be a little hard to gauge how much cap weight you need to take a point. You want to get your infantry in a position to, you know, get in front of your opponent and try and, like, you know, force them into you. But that's why you want to leave these elite halberds on an objective and just not really move them, because if they had been over here the whole time, then you could use them just to, like, kind of, like, push these units back and maybe get them off of the point so you can hold on to it a little bit longer. With 2 Dark Riders and a Witch Elf here, I mean, your opponent's gonna cap it inevitably away from this unit regardless, but the pace is gonna be agonizingly slow, and, Warriors of Chaos with the slow build-up here, maybe going to be able to bring enough infantry out to be able to lock it down. You can see the Supreme Sorcerer has been resummoned. She's back out on the field looking for opportunities to drop those Flocks of Doom. Really nice one here on the Chosen and the Chaos Warriors. Usually infantry are not a very cost-effective target for Flock of Doom, but if they're in large positions like this, where there's multiple units in one spot, that's where you can rack up some pretty good value against the infantry. It does max damage to them. It's just usually a case of the damage being so spread out that it's pretty negligible in terms of the actual amount of HP that it takes off of the unit. Zazel dropping a Pavane here, doing a little bit of damage to the Supreme Sorceress. Slaughter Guard moving in against the Blackheart Corsairs. Blackheart Corsairs are really beat up, and this might be where the Warriors of Chaos are able to swing the number 2 back. But right as I say that, the Dark Rider hordes, and Renataki with just such good sneaky play here, and good game awareness. Not overpressing and trying to charge down the Slaughter Guard, which Dark Riders just bounce off their armor. I mean, there's no point in trying to engage those guys with Dark Riders. Just positioning them on the edges of the point here and continuing to hold it down. Azazel does get the engagement against the Supreme Sorceress again. She is routing. He's in base contact with her. Is he going to get another couple of shots in there? All it takes is another couple swings and she might run off the field again. She is able to rally here. Zazel stuck on the ground, but he is going to get free and back up in the air, and Supreme Sorceress is in big danger, dude. I mean, she's got to run quick now. She needs to land in this Dark Rider unit if she's going to survive this. But looks like she decides to channel a spell. Brutal damage. Wow, dude. Amber Spear into the Hellstriders, taking about 20 models down. Cold One Knights get the engagement now with a nice Doom Bolt out of the Doomfire Warlocks. But still the Hellstriders hold in there anyways. Of course they do. Looks like the Dark Elves are going to be running. As their lord is, so are they. And it's starting to look a little scary for the Dark Elves. I mean, they've only got to play off of one objective, but there is enough infantry here to hold on to all the points for the most part. Dark Elves don't quite have the same maneuverability that they did earlier. Most of those Dark Riders that were holding on to the point got pushed off. Doomfire Warlocks, good, decent unit, but again, very squishy. And Forsaken have high enough weapon strength that the 40% Fizz Res is still mitigating a lot of the damage, obviously, but not fully saving these guys from the wrath of a very, very dangerous, fairly heavily armored unit. Another Forsaken moving up, Chosen, and the Slaughter Guard moving to the number 1. Maybe overcommitting with the infantry there. One Chaos Warrior on each of the side points here, but Renataki is basically out of supplies, so you wouldn't really know that as Kintama unless you're keeping incredibly precise track of your opponent's summons and unsummons. Usually it's safe to assume that your opponent's always got about 500 supplies in the bank. That way you don't overplay your hand of being too aggressive. I guess, though, you know, Chaos Warrior's enough. I mean, it's 5 cap weight. This one a little bit less since they're damaged. Although all the models are here, so they still have the full weight. Knights of Immolation coming out onto the field are going to be great for charging down all of the squishy cav that's here. Like, Dark Riders and Doomfire Warlocks will get killed by a Knight of Immolation in a matter of moments. They do massive work against lightly armored units nowadays. Especially large targets, because they did get a small buff with the bonus versus large of 8 now. Helps them out quite a bit. Still not the best unit in the world, but, you know, fair enough. It's done enough to make them much more viable than they have been in the past. Searing Torrent is also a really good bombardment. They could probably take this Witch Elf down to about 1/3 of their HP with a really well-positioned and timed Searing Torrent. Dark Riders trying to take the point away on the number 3 here, but Hellstriders come in. Hellstriders are just a guaranteed kill against something like a Dark Rider. Can't disengage, you don't win in the sustained fight. I don't know how many times the Hellstriders have come out. It feels like they've been summoned 3 or 4 times each, almost. But still coming in and contributing decent value. I mean, you got 2,900 on this one here. This one's got 1,900. Kind of weird that this one has 3 unit ranks with more value and this one has 4. I don't know how it's calculated, but whatever.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
It's going to be a win for the Warriors of Chaos here with the heavy infantry builds. Slow and steady persistence, man. Actually able to take the game against the Dark Elves. Brutal stuff. Cool build. Slaughter Guard got 1,100 value. I mean, they were running they did a full lap of the entire battlefield. By the time the game ended, they were right back on the side point that they initially pushed up to begin with. It's kind of hilarious to think about. Hellstriders of 1,900 and 3,000. I mean, that's multiple summons of each of them. You only got the 2 Hellstriders here, so you're really needing to force them out onto the field every time they're back in your resupply bank. Azazel with 3,800 value, absolute MVP performance there. Supreme Sorceress just had no luck. Every time Azazel was able to find a clean fight against her, it was curtains. Character Sniper Supreme reigns strong once again here. Dude, enjoy Iceland. It's a super beautiful country. I'm jelly. I really want to go someday. I don't know how viable that is. Although maybe it's time to start looking for new places to live. There's some wild shit going on in the US right now. I've got to agree. Maybe it's time for grad school as a historian. I've been coming up with some ideas of what I can do for a master's and maybe working on a PhD. I've definitely been procrastinating getting started on it, though. Alright, round 3 games aplenty here, so I'm going to drag and drop these and then we can get right into them, guys. Oh, I got it backwards, okay. Skip whatever we got. Duplicates of... Haven't seen any Kislev today, and this is our boy Otto, so... Let's see how this game against Laura in the Vampire Coast goes. Got another Silastra build. Shade Wraith Gunners, Lampreys, and a Carronade in the opening. Is this Silastra on foot? There's no way she's on foot. That'd be so risky. She's gotta be on the crab somehow, right? Maybe she just has one spell, and that's it. Oh no. I guess it works. I mean, oftentimes Kislev players do bring the Tempest magic, so, I mean, Death Frost isn't a super viable spell in a lot of matchups. It's, like, good, but not that good, if you know what I mean. Like, a good solid option. Bringing Hawks of Miska here. Hawks of Miska and Blizzard are the 2 most common spells for Kislev, period, so... Gonna be havoc for the front line. I mean, the deckhand mobs are gonna get absolutely canned by Hawks of Miska. And the gun line's gonna be pretty weak to it as well. The other thing about this is the Discourage effect. It does affect Undead, which will break their leadership, and the Discourage effect does last a long time. 21 seconds is pretty wicked to have minus 16 leadership. On a low leadership faction, you can definitely get your guns low on HP, and then the Discourage and the crumbling from the Discourage can get them low enough that they just crumble all the way out naturally over time. Little Grom on the field, and brutal damage on the Lamprey's Revenge at the first shot already, man. You love to see it. Gotta love a Little Grom. Best artillery piece in the game, actually. At least in terms of being a pure arty piece. Skull Cannons can definitely do some pretty wicked stuff, but Little Grom is just so consistent from range.
We have a victory
and it has some really good character support. You can bring out a Druzhina, which is one of my favorite Lord options, actually, and restock your Little Groms. You can have a one Little Grom on the field the entire game with a Druzhina. It's really crazy. I had a game where I got 3,000 value on a Little Grom just from restocking it constantly. Deckhand mobs and bomber mobs getting up on the number 3. Kislev is being way too polite right now. They haven't capped any points, and they really need to prioritize grabbing at least one here.
Keep it from the foe.
Nice shot from Little Grom on the Shade Wraith Gunners. Shade Wraith Gunners, though, wearing out the Zarguard here. Winged Lancers, man, get up on that number 1 objective. I don't know why the interest in it is so limited. It's a little late to be moving up now, almost, because there is a pole arm here. Get a nice summon instead of volleys from the Carronade. It's starting to try and wear down the Little Grom. When your opponent has Little Grom is fairly durable, so going double Carronade really isn't a bad idea. Plus, Kislev does tend to rely on mobility in the form of Winged Lancers, Dervishes, Griffin Legion especially. So having the double Carronade just in general against Kislev isn't a bad idea at all. I can see it getting you some really good value. I don't know what's going on with the Carronades, though. Crazy and accurate shots coming in, and Little Grom has been persevering through it, just ignoring all of it, really. Just sitting back here, continuing to pick targets, not having to do anything too crazy. See, the Lamprey's Revenge are looking like going to be the opportunity here. One little Grom shot right down the pipe there would have killed so many Night Terrors and the Lampreys. Carronade finally getting some damage in. Oh, because the model turned, so now it's at a little bit of an angle. And they're able to get some blows in that would otherwise be missing, potentially. Lamprey's Revenge lose another 2 models. Down from their full complement of 12 to 8 now. Definitely want to get this artillery piece back, though. Need to get it out of range of the Carronades right now. Carronades are probably going to finish off Little Grom, and that's going to give Laura a really good battlefield position to fight from. You're going to have the artillery advantage over your opponent. They've been incredibly passive this entire game. Only just now finally moving forward. Like, the thing that really Otto needed to be doing earlier was using the bows to shoot down the deckhand mobs, because, yeah, your Kossars might not be able to outrange the handgunners. You don't really need them to. Really, you need the bows to kill the deckhand mobs, and then you can just push down the missile line of the Vampire Coast. Archers are one of the best counters to the Vampire Coast in the entire game, because all of their units have like 15 armor, 0 armor. Lamprey's Revenge are heavily armored, but Mournguls are down at 30. I mean, there's just nothing on their roster that can really hold up under bow fire, other than Depth Guard, in terms of infantry and a front line. So just being able to push these guys forward and wear out all of the bodies, and then you can deal with the value trading elements, which is all the range stuff, really is the high priority. Yeah, shooting the Lamprey's Revenge with the Kossars is really not going to get you a whole lot. I mean, you're going to do damage to these guys, sure, but the regeneration on them is going to keep them alive, as well as the 120 armor. This is going to be so hard to get through. I mean, that's 1 AP damage from the base missile strength, and then you got the 3 armor-piercing missile damage being applied, you know. It's really not much to write home about. Scurvy Dogs charging right up through the front line. Really good control, squeezing them between there, and getting them on top of the Kossars. Unfortunately for those little doggies, though, Griffin Legion on the field are going to absolutely ice these little dudes out. I think a little bit of a reprioritization of game plan here will go a long way for Otto to have an easier time in this matchup. Hawks and Miska going down here. I think the Ice Switch on horseback isn't a bad call.
One of your units has been destroyed.
But, man oh man, let me tell you, those Frost Worms are pretty juicy, and can definitely do a pretty good job of scrapping down stuff like Mournguls and Rotting Prometheans. You do need to play very carefully so that they don't get shot up by gunnery mobs and whatnot, but you do have Patriarchs to support. And again, with good micro and prioritization on the Kossars with the bows, you should be able to poke down the front line and then use your mobility pieces and like Zargard and stuff to push down the gun units and either get them on the run to the point that, you know, zombies are slow as dirt. It'd take your opponent like half the game to reposition all the way back to their deploy zone. Especially for how far forward the Vampire Coast was here. They either do that, or they just leave their missiles to get caught, and then they die, and then your opponent's crying, because Vampire Coast without their missile line is really, really bad. They don't really have tools for sustained melee fights, for recontesting points. That's why if you just shoot down the deckhand mobs with all the bowmen, you have a pretty easy time at isolating and taking apart the remaining elements of the enemy army. How much value do the Carronades have? Carronades have been doing a pretty good job this game. They had a little bit of inefficiency early, but sitting at 1,000 and 1,400 value apiece. And killing the Ice Witch with the Tempest Magic. She's going to go down here in mere moments. Another couple cannonballs are definitely going to put her to rest.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I don't know what she thinks she's doing with that sword. She's like, you know, holding it up in front of her face like she's going to block a cannonball or something. Probably not going to work out too good for you there, buddy. Solostra with some decent value. I've seen some decent Krakens pull. Tidecall has been wearing out a lot of the Kossars and Kislevite Warriors. Always a pretty good option. I think you don't want Kislevite Warriors early in this matchup. I think Armored Kossars with the sword and board are way better. They've got the pistols to shoot the front line. Obviously, they have shields so that they can hold up against handgunners. Way more durable of a unit, in my opinion. Watchmen in the Night are a good reserve unit. Usually not too good in the early game because they just get shot at by missiles and skirmish. I guess you had them early for rabble rouse so that you had a position that couldn't get terror routed, but Kislev's fairly high leadership as a faction. I mean, it's fairly good across the board on all their units. It doesn't get, like, super high in terms of, like, having units with, like, 80-plus leadership on the reg. But bound by blood, or by our blood, rather, making units unbreakable once they get to wavering or lower. For Kislev, usually a unit is down around, like, less than half HP by the time Buyer Blood is going off. And the fact that it just allows them to continue to grind, just like these Zargard are doing right here. They're on death's bed and Buyer Blood just procced, and they're putting a lot of work into the Scurvy Dogs while it's active. You really can't underestimate just how dangerous a unit is at low HP, especially when there's nothing convincing them to actually rout off the field. Now that Buyer Blood wears off, they rout immediately. It looks like Riz is going to be losing this game. Very well played by Lura, just bringing out the Carronades, doing a good job of protecting those. Relatively good job of shutting down Winged Lancers and such. Otto took a couple of swings with them, but wasn't really building up and trying to overwhelm any of the flanks. Kind of went up the field here and got caught in the lampreys and then the night terrors that were over there in the early game.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Once those two diving units got shut down and Little Grom was off the field, there was really nothing to do much to the Vampire Coast. They were able to just trot forward their heavily armored units. The target prioritization was a little bit off for Otto as well. Just allowing the Vampire Coast bodies to really swarm and overwhelm. I don't know if Hawks and Miska was really doing a whole lot there. It seemed to be pretty low impact. Yeah, just cut all these Kislevite Warriors. There's no reason to have them here. Cut the Watchman in the Night. And maybe even cut the Winged Lancer and just go with all the Armored Kossars that you possibly can. Can actually recreate this build a little bit. So here's the Ice Witch, Tempest, Hailstorm, Hawks of Miska. I didn't see what exactly she had abilities-wise, but you don't really want to bring anything too crazy. Like, Arcane Conduit's usually enough. You don't really even need Guardian Call, but it's fairly cheap. It's not bad. You can definitely get some value with the Snow Leopard summon. I think this is a pretty good matchup in which to bring it. And bring 4 of these guys. Bring 4 spears. You still got 3,000 gold here. You can get your Zargard. You can maybe even get 2 Zargard and go with another Kossar with the bows, and then maybe 1 Kislevite Warrior. Streltsy behind for big crabs isn't a bad idea. They do a lot of damage. Very consistent unit. As long as they don't get swamped by deckhand mobs in melee combat, they're probably going to be just fine. They should be able to do a lot of work for you. You do want some answers for Depth Guard. You do have pretty good options here. Probably go with the things in the woods. Sure, just like round your build out like this. You could bring a Patriarch if you wanted, but since your character's not on the Frostworm, you don't really need it that much. Guess you could mix a Frostworm into this build. Yeah, it's not too bad. Maybe get rid of one of the Streltsy. I do think some Constified Dervishes can be really useful here. They're lightly armored, but they have pretty decent stats. They're usually going to be able to kill one of your opponent's missile pieces if they're able to actually get on top of them. I don't know, mess around with the last 1700 gold. I do recommend at least one Streltsy, though. They're very, very clutch in late game scenarios, oftentimes, I find. I don't know about a Lizardman mirror match. They are pretty different builds. Man, this is wild. Double Rev Crystal, Nakai, no magic. We'll have to find our way around to that one. I'm intrigued. Gonna be another very box-heavy Tzeentch build. You got Max Zangors, definitely going to be trying to cap objectives early with all these Zangors, almost assuredly. 4 pink cars, and then you got the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch. He's got the anti-large halberd. Pretty good at hunting down characters. The Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch has, Blue Fire and Infernal Gateway. Infernal Gateway for greatswords, I guess. I don't think you'd see greatswords too often from the Empire into Tzeentch, but, I mean, maybe they anticipate, like, a chosen build of some kind. War Wagons wouldn't do too hot against those guys. War Wagons are going to have a hard time finding a lot of value here. If they can't shoot the Sorcerer or the Pink Horrors, there's really not going to be much for them to do. They don't want to waste all their ammo on silver-shielded Zangors. Zangors are going to hold up pretty well to the volleys from these things. Blue Fire coming down, immediately starting to wear out War Wagons. Great, great idea. Don't want to leave them around for too long. Anytime you can get War Wagons off the field early, it's a pretty big win for you as the counterplay faction. They just do so much damage to mobility, and especially to, like, single entities and whatnot. Really cool use of the Mirror of Knowledge here. Lowering the speed and permanently revealing these units. There's no way for them to go invisible. Even though they do have the hide trait, all the units that got hit by that, if they actually got into the forest now, wouldn't be able to go invisible anymore. Chaos Lord over pursuing, and a beautiful net from our boy Marcus Wolfhart here. You got the Huntsman and all the War Wagons just chunking the poor Chaos Lord. Really what you should do here, oh my god, and Final Transmutation, brutal loss for Meat Not Included. Really what you should do, if you see that your opponent doesn't have a Carl Franz and a Life Caster, is just assume that they have nets somewhere with Marcus, or they've got, like, a Light Wizard hiding in trees somewhere that you don't know about. You really don't ever want to get into a position where your Lord is just trying to fly into melee combat and then gets netted in the air with all of this shooting available. He's basically dead. I mean, he's rallying, sort of. He might run off the field. He's got 1 leadership. He should rally here. Does actually hit the wavering point, and he is going to be able to maybe just hide in the back. That's where I'd keep him. Hide him in the back. That way, if your opponent comes in and tries to shoot him down, he's at, like, really critically low health. If he gets hit by any damage, he'll probably just run off the field, and then you don't have to worry about him dying and losing you a ton of leadership. You'll suffer the temporary effects, but it'll wear off eventually if he, you know, runs off the field. Huntsman being charged down by Furies. Spearmen trying to help the Huntsman, but it's a little too late. Huntsmen are awful in melee combat. Very hard to keep alive at times. Outrider grenade launchers on the field, getting a little damage on the Pink Horrors. Pink Horror barrier coming in big time there. Definitely saved them a lot of damage. They're very weak to the grenades because of the low armor. And these things just do massive amounts of damage. So, very smart retreats here from Meat. Meat is making some pretty good plays. It's definitely going to be able to shoot down the Outriders here. Pink Horrors with great damage on them, going to wear them out very quickly. A lot of Zangors left. A lot of them are pretty beat up, but still fairly functional, right? One here with about half their HP. Another one here with a little bit less, or about the same. One down here is worn out, but two waiting in the wings that are very, very well situated for a late game scrap. Voshu does have the value lead. We'll see how long that lasts, though. A lot of that's been racked up on the Centaurs and the Furies, especially the Lord here. He is about 1,400 gold. That is making up a lot of the difference in the values that we see here. It's just the fact that the infantry are in such a good position for Tzeentch, and the Pink Horrors are all very healthy. I mean, they're all alive and have barely taken any real damage to speak of. One of them has been was forgotten about, but is, you know, finally moving up. We'll see what kind of a position it's able to get into. Zangor's charging into Free Company Militia, just trying to keep them and their pistols away from the Pink Horrors. Really good call, just making sure that you can maintain some shooting on the field into the late game. Empire Knights, though, get a beautiful charge on this Pink Horror and just bully over the poor little popcorn bandits. They're definitely taking some serious damage here, but the Empire Knights are being collapsed on from behind by the Zangors, although another Outrider... Oh, just the Outrider grenade launchers rallying. Getting some good damage down on them. Pink Horrors definitely need to swap targets here. Last volley onto those Empire Knights for sure. It's doing good work. Brutal blue fire takes down this War Wagon unit. They were fairly low health, but had 3 models left. And, you know, models is really where the money is at in terms of ranged units value trading quickly. Taking down another 2 is actually effectively pushing this unit off the field instead of just leaving them in a awkward position with such small amounts of HP left. War Wagons getting good volleys off in the Pink Horrors here. Pink Horrors starting to wear out. You can see that the Free Company Militia are able to make their way in. Beautiful fire coming down, though. Excellent volleys from these 2 deep-set Pinks. War Wagon taking horrible damage here. Definitely needs to peel the hell out of here before it starts dropping a whole bunch of models. Only 1 War Wagon goes down. I'm so shocked that that's the case. I can't believe that the 3 of them are able to get out of there, honestly. We got some Chaos Warrior Halberds coming in. The Halberds need to get in front of the Pinks, though. Gonna be pushing that low ground objective. I wouldn't be doing that, actually. I think a better spot is summoning the Halberd out over here and trotting to that low ground point. Like, your opponent's got this objective. The Spearmen here, they're going to take a while to get through. I mean, the Halberds are clearly the better unit, but their melee attack is fairly low. Spearmen will persist there for quite a while. The Cap will just take ages. Centaurs with a great side charge here. They're going to get amazing damage off on the Empire Knights here. Just look at the Empire Knights melting under the weight of attacks from the Centaurs. Their weapon strength is just so damn good with the charge bonus. Final Transmutation in the middle here, going down for the Empire forces. Not really the kind of targets you want to be hitting. If you cast on the Chaos Sorcerer, absolutely. Hit the Chaos Sorcerer at that Final Transmutation. Infantry are not a very efficient target for Final Trans. It just doesn't do enough. Beautiful net. Marcus has been such a nightmare with those. Oh my god, and the Empire Knights, or not the Empire Knights, the Free Company Militia from the Empire. Turning around on the Centaurs of Tzeentch here, and we do actually have an Empire Knight on the way in. Gonna be getting a little bit of a flank off here. Centaurs going to be going down here in very short order. They might kill this War Wagon, though. I mean, the War Wagon did get engaged onto. I can see only 1 model left, but it did just about pay for itself. It's been adequate. Mercurial Shot has been used, all of the uses of it added up there. Engineers are actually really obnoxious, man. Mercurial Shot does a ton of damage. Restock is just great. I mean, you just drop it on whatever needs ammo and just torment your opponent. Look at the Outrider grenade launchers. Only 22 models left, but 1,300 value. Really hammering the poor little pink horrors here. Free Company Militia, Huntsman, all the shooting in the world. Here's the problem with halberds in a nutshell. I mean, like, yeah, your opponent's got a bunch of non-AP missiles on the field. It's 4 missile units, though, and they're all fairly healthy. And damage is damage. I mean, it may take an inordinate amount of bullets to actually kill these Chaos Warriors, but you'll very happily trade that damage out, because anytime you're doing damage to your opponent without having to actually engage them in melee combat is just like peak efficiency. That's why missile units tend to be so powerful in terms of their value trade potential. It's because they just don't have to interact with their opponents. They get to plink away from the safety of, you know, their formations, like way in the back line. Your opponent's like constantly diving them and trading out poorly, trying to compromise their positions. Not being able to do, not really being able to do that in a reasonable frame of time. Just gives the Empire all the advantage for the late game.
You have the foe's victory point.
Oh, Sterling's Revenger here. Look at these guys. They're pretty fun. Sterling's Revenge is definitely one of the better RORs, just because of the AP on their Free Company pistols. They can kind of sneak in under the radar. RORs usually are fairly distinct, but because you're spamming out so many Free Company militia as the Empire 9 times out of 10, these guys can sneak under the radar on occasion, and your opponent might be like, oh, it's just a regular Free Company militia, and not commit a heavy enough unit to try and charge them down, and the pistols just brutalize them. The extra stats that they have do a lot of work. Really solid unit. Pretty inexpensive too, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're like 600 something gold. Pink Horrors, Zangors, some Furies. Zinch just kind of throwing stuff at the wall. I mean, it's so painful that their Chaos Lord got manhandled so early on. And you can see that Meat does have that, like, awareness to keep this guy close to the edge of the battlefield, so he just routes off instead of dies. But the Empire is honestly not making the mistake of doing that. Like, they're not wasting their time going back there with the engineer to try and shoot him. Just leave him there. He's not doing anything. It's just a huge problem to have a 1,400 gold unit that's gotten 0 value and you can't afford to throw into combat in any meaningful way. Because you really would have liked to see the Chaos Sorcerer Lord here, or not the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, just the regular Chaos Lord. Going after, like, the Gold Wizard, maybe Marcus Wolfheart, after he uses a net. Engineer, also a really good target for him. I'm having to stay a million miles away. Just doesn't do you any favors. That's why you probably might want the Chaos Sorcerer Lord instead of the duelist character. I mean, Karl Franz is always an option for the Empire, but he's really not that popular. If Boris Todbringer is on the field and you don't want your Chaos Sorcerer Lord to get killed by him, just put him on the disc and just have him fly around. Boris is a great lord, but he's not, like, the best ever. He's really there just as durability, in terms of leadership. Since he's got a free perpetual heal, and then you can bring other casters, whereas Karl Franz, you do kind of get pigeonholed into life magic if you bring him, oftentimes. See it winding down here. You know, Meat did get a pretty good amount of tickets. It was a very well-attempted try, but I think the presses onto the number 3 were a little bit ill-timed. I think if you just reinforce The 2 and the 1, maybe it takes the Empire so long to clear your stuff out, they don't have the time to get the caps. But Foch 2 has just been really good at executing this very infantry-heavy shooting build. With just a few Empire Knights and War Wagons supporting, it was very well utilized at keeping the Tzeentch units kind of off the back of everything. You see a lot of the pink horrors got some good value, but the Centaurs were very vulnerable to the pistol fire, and they got folded up a couple of times by it. Yeah, look at the value on the Free Company Militia. That is obscene. You cannot let these 400 gold units triple their value. And Sterling's Revenge almost tripled up as well, man. Empire Knights did pretty nice. Reichland, Royal Altdorf Graphites we never saw. I don't know why I almost called them Reichsguard. Outrider Grenade Launchers here with about 2,000 value. Really damn good stuff. Great harassment on the flanks of a lot of those fights, man. Alright guys, give me a minute. I'm going to check bracket so that we don't miss out on semis and finals, because I do want to try and cast those live. There's no guarantee it'll actually work out that way. Sometimes the peer-to-peer is defiant. Doesn't really do a lot of favors for us to be able to cover those in action. Yeah, the Lore of Ice can be sneaky. It's got some good spells. I mean, the reason that you see Tempest for Kislev so often is just the utility of Blizzard and Hawks. They work against pretty much any front line, and you know, Kislev can struggle with frontline fights sometimes because all their units are hybrid units. Sometimes they can be muscled over by stronger factions that have like just better melee units in general. That's usually why you see that. But Ice Maiden's Kiss, Ice Sheet's pretty decent, and Deathfrost can be situationally good. Yeah, Boydnov Brawlers are insane if they get to shoot. If Boydnov's Brawlers don't get to shoot, though, they're a lot less good. But, damn, all they need is like one volley and they'll get their value back. It's brutal. Why is there so many drops? Do people leave if they lose, what, 2 to 3 games? I do that sometimes. It really just comes down to how much time people do and don't have. I mean, these tournaments go on for several hours, usually. So the people dropping, oftentimes, people have other stuff going on. If they're losing a bunch of games, it can be pretty discouraging. Sometimes you're just really not playing well, and you just don't want to be throwing more games than you already have been. So I understand it. It does suck though for single faction tournaments and the Swiss format in general, because that does mess with op points, which can really hurt your opponent's odds of getting into the top 4. But the people have been workshopping ways to deal with that. Like Anticity now is running tournaments where anybody with 3 wins gets a chance to play their way into the top 4. Which is really cool. I love that. It's a nice way to get around the dropping problem. Yeah, Tzeentch is really fun, dude. Like I said, maybe not the strongest faction in the game and pretty specialized, but they got great, fun tools, very different from most of the other factions. They're very well balanced as well. Compare them to, like, you know, Slasher Ogre Kingdoms that have been perpetually unbalanced, and Tzeentch has been hovering around like a 50% win rate for you know, most of the lifespan of this game, which is usually a pretty good sign. Around 50% is where you want most factions to be. Is actually where most of them are right now. Norska is the highest win rate faction and is only up at 56%, which I think speaks volumes for the quality of balancing that we've gotten over time. Hasn't been a smooth and easy process, but it's looking to be in a pretty good spot. I'm actually thinking that with the game balance being as good as it is now, I think now is the time to start doing 3x3 matrix tournaments a little bit more. Because one thing that I've noticed, even though the factions are all around 50%, there are still obviously like faction matchups that are just really rough for one side or the other, obviously. So the single faction tournaments can be a bit of a roulette as to whether you get really bad matchups or not. That can be a little bit frustrating. With the 3x3 matrix tournaments, you actually get some more opportunities to flex your versatility in terms of the factions that you know how to play, and also avoid like truly horrific matchups from being the norm for one side or the other. And there's a really easy 3x3 format that people are running right now. Daniken's done it quite a bit, where you just have 3 factions declared ahead of time before the tournament, and then you just do the matrix right off the bat based on those 3 picks, and I really like that. It's quick, doesn't slow the games down between matches. And you don't just see a lot of the same thing over and over again. You do get quite a few interesting mix-ups from people. Anyways, that's enough about that. I've been talking about it plenty here. Blue Scribes on the field. We got Chaos Lord of Tzeentch on the chariot with a Chaos Chariot escorting him. Zangors, Blue Hars backing them up. Marauder Horseman and an Exalted Flamer. The Exalted Flamer going to throw down its first shot here. Could have been a little bit higher impact, but like respectable damage. The Vortexes pile in against the Dark Shards of the Bleak Swords pretty nicely. You got big old Lokir Fellheart of all people, man. You never expect Lokir. Lokir landing, trying to hit the Exalted Flamer. I don't know what was going on there. Exalted Flamer's like flying above Lokir there for a moment. Does get a good hit in there, but Doom Knights come in to try and push him back. A little bit of a deterrent shot from the Exalted Flamer there. Trying to get him to respect the spacing, you know. Nice shots from the Scourger and her chariots, man. Those things are so vicious against large targets. That bonus versus large and the AP. Even with the Fizzres on the Exalted Flamer, that HP is real low, man. Only 3,100 to work with. The barrier is, like, decently powerful, but it's worn off here, obviously. So this thing is in real trouble if it doesn't play carefully. That's going to be a beautiful Hailstorm. What the hell? Oh, yeah, the Blue Scribes. I forgot about them. So the first spell that we see out of the Blue Scribes is a freaking Hailstorm. Does good damage to the Dark Shards. It's pretty nice. See what other magic that we get out of these guys. Exalted Flamer dying early is really rough, though. Renataki with good focus fire. And Aggression taking that out early. Everything you could possibly want and more. And then you got the Cold One Knights, Black Ark Corsairs assisting Lokir in the fight against the Chariots and the Doom Knights. It's just not a good spot for Mr. Fly, man. You gotta get the hell out of here. Doom Knights need to peel out. Get your Lord out of here. I mean, just leave the Chariots to die. The Chariots actually end up routing. Terror Route goes down from Lokir, and the Cold One Knights are close enough to be able to pull down a couple of those Chariots that are stuck in there. And you can see one of them still over there. It's going to go down, and the other 2 are probably running off the field at this point. May rally on the edge, but We'll see. Leadership shocks can be pretty hard for units to rally from. Just because they regain their leadership doesn't mean that they're within the appropriate timing for a new leadership check, so that's why you'll see units run off the field even if their leadership stabilizes sometimes. I can't remember how often the leadership checks happen, but it's fairly frequently. It's every like 5 or 6 seconds, I'm pretty sure. Marauder Horsemen getting wrecked by the Dark Shard fire. Brutal stuff. Oh, and they break as well. Oh my god. That hurts, dude. These Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are 700 gold each. They really don't have a whole lot that they've done right now. They need to be careful fighting on top of the Vanguard point, because Dark Elves could just have a Dark Rider just pop out and chase these guys down immediately. Over here, we got Furies getting hit by Melkoths and countercharged by the Dark Riders. Dark Shards are beat up, but they are alive and semi-functional. See, there's 37 models in this one Dark Shard here, so they can push up and throw down some serious damage. Doom Knight's into Lokir. Lokir wins. He's just such a good character.
Unending glory is yours.
He's got really good stats. He's got a perpetual heal that also gives him melee defense with Helm of the Kraken, which is really damn good. Lokir is so heavy metal. You don't see him too often because he is expensive and is... you know, the dragons are great, but usually you can bring better hybrid options if you want the dragon characters than Lokir. But hey, you know, mixing it up and winning with a cool character, mad respect. Really great work from Renataki. You can just see the power of the Dark Elves, man. They're so strong. Most other missile factions are very vulnerable to them because of the Scourge Runners. These things have such good range, and they counter stuff like Exalted Flamers so easily, and are super maneuverable, and have decent armor values and HP. Good against infantry as a chariot, obviously. There's just so much going for that unit, and playing around them has really just opened up the eyes of so many people as to the prowess that the Dark Elves actually offer. Into pretty much every matchup. Dark Elves are one of the more consistent factions. I don't think they've got more than 3 bad matchups, which, you know, I mean, 3 bad matchups in any other game in an RTS, you'd be like, man, that's a bottom tier faction. There's like 9 factions in the game and they're bad against a third of them. Well, you know, we've got 24, so bad against 3, you're like, whatever, who even cares, right? Yeah, damn, even their bad matchups really aren't too unfavorable for them. Norska looks to be the worst. They've got a 25% win rate against them. Ogre Kingdoms is rough. What else? Skaven Lizardmen, Chaos Demons, Slaanesh, Tzeentch, and Bretonnia are all sub 50%, but they are at, you know, 40% or damn close to 50% in all of those matchups, so... Even in ones that are fairly unfavorable, they still have pretty good odds of winning. They just dunk on Khorne. Khorne has, like, no answers for the Dark Elves, man. Pretty telling that Khorne's worst win rates are against all of the good kite and shooting factions. Empire, Bretonnia, Chaos Dowie, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, Norska. Oof. Do have a lot of good matchups for Khorne, though. Anyways, we'll get away from that. Just checking at the checking the win rates for a minute there, seeing what's what. We should be close to time for the finals. We got our first round 5 game finished. Let me go look at the standings and see where we're at right now for the top 4. Okay. So Renataki is 4-1, currently at number 1, but there are still games to be played. Lost a game in round 2. Looks to have some pretty strong tiebreakers. Foch2 and Laura are playing their round 5 game. Both undefeated as of now, and are they playing one another? They are. So someone there is going to be losing. So it looks like, based on what I'm looking at here, there's really only going to be one spot up for grabs for the top 4. Right now, Meat has it. If he gets a win, pretty good odds on staying in that spot. Lazuka is right there behind. Impenetrable, well, just played round 5 game and lost. 3-2 is really damn respectable, though. Bit of a shame, though. Wasn't able to find the way into the top 4. FCR and Box have an outside shot at getting in, and this is the remainder of the standings as is. You can see quite a few people dropping over time. No shame in that. Factor not able to get a win yet. Very unfortunate, but played such a good game against Renataki in that round 1. Got a little unlucky, and the Lord got sniped in the mid-game that ended up losing him that match in the mirror. But hey, that's often the case for first-time tournament players. I think I lost every game in my first tournament, too. You just learn from the mistakes that you make. Kind of move on from there and figure it out. Whoa. Oh, okay, your guy didn't show. Ah. Alright. Peace out, Reyna. You would have probably been winning the tournament today, based on what I've seen from you so far. I feel pretty confident in saying this was your tournament to lose. I understand having other stuff going on that you need to prioritize, so take care, man. Have a good one. It's going to leave another spot open for somebody else, though. We'll see who's going to be able to jump up in there. Let's go do one more replay. Let's actually do some Norska versus Ogre Kingdoms. Hell yes, dude. So you see the dreaded lead belchers, 3 of those. You got Iron Guts as well. Lots of Noblars. A couple Trappers, including the Boglars and the Mad Marshes, which is kind of fun. And then just standard fellas. I don't know why people don't bring the Noblar Slingers more.
Despoil these lands in the name of chaos!
Cool. Man, Throg's loud, bro. That must be the... Didn't he get new voice lines or something? Was that this patch, or is that something that's still upcoming? I don't think I've ever heard him speaking like that before. Anyways, Noblar Trappers moving up. You got the Noblars up here doing their thing. A little surprised there's no Pigback Riders, but those are probably waiting in the wings, going to come in from reserve. The Boglars of the Mad Martians getting charged down by the Norskan Ice Wolves here. Not a bad engagement, truthfully. Norskan Ice Wolves do a lot of damage. Their melee defense is pretty low. Just going to hurt them, but Noblars just don't have a lot of damage output in melee combat in general. So you can see them doing fairly respectably here. They're going to get worn out, but they're delaying the cap and allowing the Marauder Spearmen to close the ground here. Lead Belchers are going to start opening up, and it's going to be a very rainy night in Leadhurst for these poor guys. They're getting absolutely lit up by these Lead Belchers. Good targeting priority on the Berserkers. Berserkers are here to kill all the Noblars as quickly as possible. I'm going to need to restart my game after this one. It's stuttering again. It was doing so well. We had like an unbroken, like, almost hour and a half before it started doing it again. Must be the raw sexual prowess of the Ogre Kingdoms overloading my poor CPU. It just can't handle all of this thick action, man. Leadbelcher's getting collapsed on by the Norskan Ice Wolves and taking some pretty horrible damage, but the Ice Wolves are being countercharged by multiple Blood Vultures here. Infantry, though, just crushing through the front line of the Ogre Kingdoms. And Throg finds his way up into one of the Leadbelchers here. He is a great character, dude. Throg is so strong. His leadership as a troll at 70 is just like... God. I don't even know how to describe it. 70 leadership on a troll is just peak, dude. I mean, the regen on these guys is so strong, especially with the massive HP pool that Throg has. His regen against most factions is going to allow him just absolutely bulldoze over pretty much any other combat character that's trying to tangle with him without support. He's got a nice amount of weapon strength, great bonus versus large, good melee defense at 50, damn good base melee attack values as well. Skinwolves on the way in. Slaughtermaster is going to die here if the Skinwolves engage on him, but doesn't look like they are. Although now they turn around and they are engaging on him. You can see Throg's turning his attention over here too. The Marauder Spearman getting hammered by the Maw spellcast, and then some Leadbelcher fire from the deep set formation here. But some Skinwolves breaking through and getting up into the Leadbelchers now. Just keeping those guys on the run is the way to do it. Look at the Metalcaster getting in here. He runs in and gets clocked across the face by that Leadbelcher. And puts him on his ass, too. Poor little guy. Skinwolves with some decent value, but they're fairly low. And the Blood Vultures and the Saber-Tusk packs are probably going to wear them out here. Saber-Tusk packs are massively underrated in my opinion. They have an insane amount of weapon strength. With a good charge bonus, they're just ideal for tearing apart lightly armored mobility units. Noblar Trappers and Iron Guts surrounding the Norskan Ice Wolves here, so another Ice Wolf unit going down is not looking too ideal for Lazuka, but still in this game, Sven has not really been able to lock the objectives down the way that you would really ideally want. Even though you've done a decent job of preserving the Leadbelchers, they are really low on HP, and there's not a lot of support for them, really, when you look at it. Slaughtermaster is alive and doing pretty well. Final Transmutation against Iron Guts isn't too terrible. Units with about 16 models take the full damage from it, and the damage is usually pretty concentrated, so... Nice amount of work against the actual scary stuff here, and the Skinwolves get a great engagement. They actually get the flanks off, and are able to crush the Noblar Trapper units here. This Noblar running Iron Guts all by their lonesome now, gonna get manhandled by the Skinwolves and Throg. Throg with 1,000 value is great to see. Gotta love the Troll King, dude. Giving him a nice little kick. Shaman Sorcerer of Metal, holding it down in the middle by himself. Iron Guts and Leadbelchers focus firing him. I'm not really going to do a whole lot to him. Leadbelchers are a little inaccurate against single entities. Like, big stuff they're pretty accurate against, but foot-sized characters, a lot of horseback lords, can be a little tough for them to actually make contact with. They do good damage, though, if they actually hit. So, Skinwolf Werekin is in danger of routing here. He is actively running right now, but his leadership is trying to stabilize. And the Skinwolf unit getting up into this fight might be able to give him some time to get free. I'll have to see about it. Those Skinwolves are fighting in the forest as well. There's going to be a lot less accurate Leadbelcher fire coming in on them. In fact, you can see obstructed. Leadbelcher's not firing at all, which is really rough. If you see that your unit just doesn't want to shoot into a fight, just swap targets, man. Like, there's targets everywhere. You just got to keep your eyes open for them. Right here, these Skinwolves are very caught out in the open. Wouldn't be bad to get some damage in on them with the Lead Belchers. Norskan Ice Wolves looking to charge down a little bit, scattered getting into the fight, and they don't actually go after the Lead Belcher unit. They keep trying to peel back to the main engagement there. Skin Wolves in all of these fights looking very healthy, and leadership for the Ogre Kingdoms is looking a little rough now. They've been holding on pretty good. Slaughtermaster is a little beat up now. You can see Throg withstanding the Lead Belcher fire really nicely. Getting staggered every time he gets hit, just about. You don't mind that, though. At the very least, he's staying alive, and he'll be fairly effective into the late game. So, one Marauder Spearman left. There's really not a lot for either side. They're both very beat up. Troll Guts going down on the Lead Belchers.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured.
Don't know how long that's going to last. Lead Belchers here finally going down. Looks like the Ice Wolves got off of the back of this fight. Made their way up and helped take that unit down. Now you got Skin Wolves all over the place in the backfield with Norskan Ice Troll support, no less. Noblars are just not going to cut it here. You need Pigback Riders, and you need something like a Mournfang Great Weapon. Or Maneater Great Weapons. Either or. Maneater Great Weapons are probably better in this matchup, thinking about it. They have slightly better stats, so I think they would be able to do more work, I think. So armor, well, I don't know. Mournfangs have good armor against Skin Wolves, so I don't know. I'd need to do some testing on that. Dismember goes down on Throg, slowing him up, but he's still going to make his way into combat once this wears off. We're just going to Ice Trolls continuing to put a beat down on a lot of these units. More Iron Guts coming in. And Skin Wolves immediately choosing their next victim. Iron Guts are pretty decent with 100 armor, but I find them to be a little bit expensive oftentimes. Like, at their best, they oftentimes are just paying for themselves. I've noticed. Maybe I just have no idea how to use Iron Guts. It's very possible. But usually, if you want anti-infantry, you just go for dual weapon bulls, and then you focus on making sure you've got some anti-large answers available. Against the Norskan Ice Trolls, I don't see them doing a whole lot. Skinwolf Werekin's here also, and this guy is damn good. I mean, stats are a little weak, but the bonus versus large of 36 makes up for all the inefficiency in the base amount of melee attack. And just rips and tears through armored targets. Alright, looking nice now. Pigback Riders and the Ogre Bull dual weapons and Iron Guts able to crush both of these Skin Wolves here. Throg stands alone right now. I mean, he could probably hold for quite a while by himself, but you probably want to play a little bit more carefully with him. The Ogre Kingdoms do have some leadership problems because their Lord died. Throg killed the Slaughtermaster, so, oh no, you can see here they do rout the Norskan Ice Trolls, but a fresh Skinwolf unit gets in here and helps the Werekin clean up all these fights. And the Ogre Kingdom's just on the back foot a little too much. I think they really probably want a Firebelly here. I mean, the heal magic is great, but being able to use Burning Head to brutalize the Norskins' Spearmen and Berserkers would have been really indispensable early on. And you could maybe use him just as a back pocket type of tech. If your opponent doesn't bring a whole bunch of lightly armored infantry, then you just have the Slaughtermaster with a Great Maw drop all the heals and whatnot. I just don't see Lead Belchers being a great option against Norska because of how good their mobility is. Like, Lead Belchers get caught one time and they just die. Norska has the speed and the tools to be able to make that happen. A Burning Headcaster, I think, would be just a teeny bit safer, and then you can just bring in some more heavy-hitting melee units. I also wouldn't bring Gorgers. Gorgers are just bad. They're pretty uniquely terrible right now. They don't do enough damage. Too lightly armored. It's rough. Last two? You mean your last 2 rounds, Suga? Because I haven't seen any of your games today. I'd really love to see you show out. Lura and Renataki here and available in the semifinals. Is Renataki dropping though? Aren't you not going to be playing for the semis? Okay, yeah. Oh, kind of perfect timing. Let me grab Lura real quick. I'm gonna make a lobby real quick. I should probably restart real quick though. Maybe it'll be okay. We'll see about it. People end up having problems in this lobby, then I'll just drop and let them play it out, and we'll watch another replay until we can do the semis and the finals stuff. Laura did really, really well last tournament. She was damn close to winning the tournament, but fumbled really hard in the finals. We'll see if the luck here is going to be a little bit different. I do have pretty high hopes. Who's the replacement for top 4? Okay, looks like Mr. Box is the player here. Let's go Carnifex. I saw some of your games. I'll get around to them. Stream today is going to be pretty tight for a 4-hour stream. But tomorrow we're doing the Legendary Lords tournament. I'll do replays from those. This whole week, guys, has been absolutely insane for me. There's so much crap going on in my country right now. It has been impossible to do anything except be incredibly upset and pissed off about the state of things. I'm gonna make it a priority this week to actually get the new player tournament replays done and try and do just about as many as possible. Add on top of that, it's frickin' 80 degrees in the middle of September in Michigan. Alright, looks like Mr. Box is going to be the opponent for Laura, and we're on... What map are we on? Haven't even checked that yet. Tried Floodplain. That's the one with the big forest. kind of cutting off the middle portion of the map, right? Sure is. So the objectives kind of go up along the middle of the map here. These big forests make this a really nice map for long-range artillery that operates on like mortar and howitzer type of principles. Stuff like Dreadquake mortars, Deathstreak rockets, actual mortars of many different varieties. Catapults are really good here. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out for both Coast and Tomb King. So they do have artillery pieces they can utilize here to pretty good effect. I'm going to just ready up and we'll just wait for them to be set up and settled, I guess. I'll use the opportunity to get as many of these games in as possible. Oh, we had a Dinos versus Chaos Dowie game? That's so cool. Lizardmen into the Chaos Dow is really tough for Chaos Dwarves. They get bullied pretty badly by Lizardmen, I've noticed. Not used to Dom. Oh, do you play a bunch of land battles? Because that's pretty cool. Yeah, 3-2 in your first term is actually really impressive, dude. It's exceptionally rare to have people come into the new player tournaments and go, like 3-2 or 4-1 or even win the whole thing. We did have one last week, but it was a very experienced land battle player. So, a bit of an outlier. Most newer players are probably struggling to win even one game because it's just an incredibly complex ecosystem, like the domination side of Total Warhammer multiplayer. Builds are incredibly diverse. It's a little more consolidated around mobility currently, but even then, you've still got quite a few mix-up builds that you see on a pretty regular basis, even at the highest level of play. The meta is fairly flexible. This is probably the most settled I've seen the meta in a long time, but it's been a while since we've gotten anything new. I think that's part of the reason. And that's really just allowed people to, spend time to kind of game everything out. As soon as we get the new DLC, and whatever, multiplayer balance changes we get in the next patch, you'll see a total shake-up again. It's very rare that things stay the same between patches. They usually wildly affect the viability of units, factions, certain strategies. I really appreciate CA's dedication to kind of keeping things changing and shaking up all the time so it doesn't just stagnate out into the same thing every single time. I'm a little worried about the next DLC though, because the Norskans and Slaanesh are already really good factions. If they get a huge power boost from the DLC, they may end up being overtuned. High Elves are a weird faction. They could end up being wildly overpowered from a couple of really good DLC units. But it's equally possible that the same design philosophy that's kind of kept High Elves from just totally dominating this side of the multiplayer scene holds true, and that they still end up lacking affordable AP missiles that are easy to keep safe, and they just don't have a steady mainline infantry unit that can hard carry points in close games. Because they've got some decent elite options, but they are pricey. There are lots of counterplay options against those units, like Phoenix Guard, Swordmasters of Hoeth, and then the mid-tier option. The White Lions of Trace are just a very disappointing unit. Most of the time you see High Elf players winning tournaments is with really clean cavalry play, and then just like Ranger spam and War Lions behind that. I'm really hoping the DLC kind of shakes them out of that stupor, because in terms of factions that do tend to trend into a very specific set of builds and a specific play style, High Elves are one of the ones that are probably the most up there. You know, they just lack viability in several of their units, which I would like to see be a little bit better, more cost effective. We'll see if that ever changes. Oh, dude, Attila is kind of a goated game, in my opinion. If it weren't for all the performance problems that Attila has, I would play that a lot more, because it's one of the funner campaign experiences. And I can actually see land battles being pretty fun there, especially team games, because you've got really nice diversity of units for a historical title. You know, like the early days of Total War, like Rome 1, Shogun, and even Shogun 2 and Medieval, they had fairly unique rosters across the game, but I think that Rome 2 and forward is where CA really got a great feel for how to really exceptionally differentiate the gameplay and design aspects of the factions that they include in their games. And they've been cooking ever since. I mean, even something like, you know, the Saga games, like Troy and stuff like that are a little bit more niche, even have a pretty good selection and variety in what you can play and do gameplay-wise. Wherever I'm from, I'm in the U.S., dude. It sucks here. It's bad. It's not good. I appreciate the well wishes, but I'm not hopeful. You know, I don't really talk about politics a lot on stream, but I'm pretty firmly a leftist, and I personally think that the U.S. government has taken a pretty firm turn towards just outright fascism and authoritarianism, which is really disheartening for me, and it looks pretty bad. I really am not very hopeful for the future, but we'll see. Things change. Hopefully we find a way out of whatever the hell's going on with our president. Yeah, let's go, buddy. Alright, Laura's ready. Mr. Box is still taking a little bit of time to get settled. This is a tough matchup for Tomb Kings, actually. You don't really get to bring your big lords in this matchup like you do in a lot of others, because the kitty cats don't really function very well if they're just running over a bunch of deckhand mobs and getting shot to pieces by handgunners. So we might not be seeing a Cetra pick. We might actually end up seeing an Arcan or a Kotep. Kotep is actually sneaky strong, and I think he'd be really good against Vampire Coast in particular because of the Lich Staff. Imbuing cooldowns constantly with a really cheap spell kit from the lore of Nehekara can just keep the Vampire Coast from being able to use magic at all, at least for the first, like, 6 or 7 minutes. If you're really on top of it, you can just totally lock out any magic casting. Plus, you got the sandstorms, and there's a few other things that you can do, magic-wise, to wear out the backline and the front line, that don't include over-investing into big stuff. If the Tomb Kings go wide here, they avoid bomber mobs and can keep their fairly elite stuff available for the late game, like their Tomb Guard. And what else do the Tomb Kings really lean on here? I mean, there's skeleton archers. Horse archers aren't a bad call here either. I know the horse archers got some weird, like, nerfs from the patch, which was apparently an input error from some CA dev who entered a wrong number somewhere, and now the skeleton horse archers are kind of bad. But hey, maybe it'll change. Maybe it'll even out. They're supposed to be fixing it in the next patch. I just saw your messages in Discord here, guys. Join voice? Oh, okay.
What? Onyx Crewman.
What's the issue?
So essentially, Maverick. So
Oh.
Renataki dropped, and like now it obviously says Renataki is the one in the final, like on challenge and everything. But that's fine. We can work with that because this isn't like an official tournament.
Yeah, that sounds like the best way to
exactly.
finish it out.
Yeah,
We'll just have Mr. Box play under the name of Renataki, and if Mr. Box wins, obviously we're not gonna give the win to Renataki, but say, yo, Mr. Box won.
Okay, that sounds
Yeah.
good.
Okay, because me and Melkor, man, have been trying to find a way to fix it on the website, but I just can't find a way. And I
Natural
also
launch doesn't really allow that.
JP, and he said he doesn't know a way around it either. So this is, I think, our best option.
Classic. We love.
I mean, it's the one thing Total Tavern has going for it, that you can just swap any match.
Yeah, and Mav, I'm sorry, man. We're doing our best.
It's okay, dude. Don't worry about it.
But also, here's another thing, though. Lura is not messaging anybody back, so Mr. Box may just get a free way into the final.
She's ready in game. I think she's just waiting. She's probably not paying attention to.
Wait, is Mr. Box in her lobby?
Yeah.
Oh,
Everybody is
okay.
here.
Well, Mr. Box can hear us because he's been messaging me. I'll just tell him to play the game.
Yeah. That sounds good to me.
Alright, cool. And man, I'm so sorry. This usually about runs itself.
Yeah, it's
But-
just one of those things. I understand. It's always like this with organizing anything esports related. It's always back-end stuff that slows everything down and gets really frustrating.
Yeah, and I pride myself in running this thing, and this really kind of just upset me. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, dude. I promise. I really appreciate you putting as much work as you do into running these, because they run so smoothly.
Well, thank you. I really do appreciate it. And Melkor does help a lot because he does the admin stuff while I'm playing, and he's a good friend for that. But yeah, we try and do our best. Alright, let me tell Mr. Box to play this game.
Cool. I'm gonna dip out and just wait for them to be ready up. But thanks for letting me know what the situation was.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Good luck. Alright, cool. So we've got our semis game kicking off here. Just needed to hash it all out in the Discord, what the game plan was. There's always some weird problems going on with the websites that get used. Like, Total Tavern has things about it that make it super easy to run tournaments, and a really nice quality of life changes that Challenge doesn't have. But Challenge has some stuff that Total Tavern doesn't. Challenge just tends to run a little bit smoother as a website, so it's a little bit easier for everybody to get in, see their matches, report games, not have a whole bunch of confusion about what's going on at the bracket sometimes if the web page doesn't load. So, it's a give and take. But we're kicking it off here. We got a double Necrofex build from Laura. What a way to pick an army. This is actually going to be really interesting to see perform here. Oh, Kalita and a Lich Priest with the light magic, with Shem's no net. Not that you really need a net against Vampire Coast. Wow, that's an interesting mix-up, dude. I would imagine that you probably want to use the Shem's caster to just hammer Noctilus. Maybe have the Chosen of the Gods and some of the bowmen go after him. There are some Ushapti in the front line. That is a really good unit for the Tomb Kings in this matchup. I don't know why I was blanking on the Ushapti so badly, but they are definitely a really good tool for bullying the deckhand mobs, pushing into the back line to drag down bomber mobs as well. Decent enough stats to also do damage to Depth Guard. Depth Guard can be a real pain for Tomb Kings because Depth Guard just bully Skeleton Warriors, and Tomb Guard don't do a whole lot better because they're also very lightly armored and kind of get outstatted by Depth Guard usually. So we'll see what kind of reinforcements Lura's got, because her build is very nicely tuned for dealing with the front line with the bomber mobs. You've got the hand cannons who can run in and protect against any big monsters that want to beat up on the Colossuses. At least that's the game plan I perceive from having them, like, offset, but still close enough to keep these guys protected. This is a pretty slow unit. These Necrofex Colossuses have 45 speed. They're not really going anywhere too fast. It's better to keep them in a static position that's well protected by other missiles than to try and run away from anything that might be trying to chase them down. So I do like the build here, but Laura's definitely going to need a little bit of heavy hitting, punching power, so that the Skeleton Archers don't get to feast here, because Skeleton Archers have really good range. Their missile strength is only 10? What the hell? What is this, dude? Is this part of the... I could have sworn it was better than this. Is this part of the weird, shadow nerf for the Tomb Kings? No idea. Ushopti moving out. They're going to be waiting in the wings to potentially get up on the number 1 eventually. Necrofex shots landing just short. You can see the reverse side of these hills. Just like in real life. And during, like, Napoleonic War era warfare, the reverse side of a slope was the perfect position for units to take if they wanted to avoid artillery fire. And then still be able to get up into position to support frontline fights. Skeleton Archers looking to get in range. Noctilus going to start taking some damage here, but a beautiful summon. Nice Drowned Dead, I believe. Either that or it was the... Oh, it's the Moon Dial, actually. It doesn't have Drowned Dead. Only Invo. Invo is definitely a good option here. You just pop it on the Necrofex Colossuses on cooldown. See, the Chosen of the God are going to look to be the target here for those giant cannon land ships. I don't even know what the hell they're supposed to be. They're just walking boats, basically. But they do get a little bit of damage in on the Chosen there. But also taking some pretty heavy fire in return. You might want to close the gap between these a little bit. Just get them a little bit closer so you can just overcast Invo on them and get them healed up without too much of a fuss. Decade mobs just completely chasing these skeleton archers into the back line right now. Screaming Skull catapults getting some decent damage on the hand cannons here. Oh, what is the Lich Priest doing? Oh no. Lich Priest way out of position all the way in the back line here and surrounded by Scurvy Dogs is going to be his death for sure. Wow, and a Gunnery White on the Rotting Promethean. He's got Scab Scrape and more powder. Lura's build is whack. Honestly, this is not something that I've ever seen from a Vampire Coast player into the Tomb Kings. It's working pretty decently right now. Up by a small amount of value, and getting the catch on the caster is the big win here, right? Like, everything else being equal, I would say it would favor the Tomb Kings. Without their magic, they don't have any real good options for shooting the Colossus. You can see the Colossus is continuing to drop firepower into the backfield here. They've taken out one of the Screaming Skull catapult models. See, it's destroyed right here next to the Ushopti. Ushopti also taking a little bit of damage. Nice cannonball shot from Noctilus there. Chosen of the Gods getting pretty low, down to about half health. Hanging in pretty nicely, but definitely need a little bit of assistance. One bomber mob going down. Hand cannon is going to be offline in moments here, which is going to be a nice win. You can see a bomber mob over here, just deleting all of the skeleton spears that are trying to move up. Another big problem for Tomb Kings in this matchup, full cap weight on deckhand mobs, only 2 cap weight on skeleton spears. So oftentimes in a late game scenario, the Vampire Coast wins by spamming their infantry, and there's just nothing that the Tomb Kings can do about taking the objectives back as a result. See how it continues to play out here. Restock is being used on Noctilus and the Necrofex. I think the Necrofex got it first, and Noctilus will presumably be second when it comes off cooldown. Chosen of the Gods really haven't been accosted by too much here. I mean, it's mostly been those Colossus shooting at them. Colossi. What's the plural of Necrofex Colossus? I'm going to say Colossi. They just keep dropping shots, and even though they've been fairly inaccurate, they are still taking models off of that unit. And the fact that they're getting restocks is massive. You can see how much ammo they get back there. Almost 8 volleys. And a really nice upgraded Invo right there. Noctilus getting healed up a decent amount, and the standard Necrofex Colossus is probably going to go up to full health here. Chariots come out, taking a little bit of fire from the Colossi. Actually, maybe still shooting at the Chosen of the Gods, which are back in the trees now. I don't hate that. I mean, jumping in and out of the trees with that unit is definitely keeping them alive here. Frontline for Laura is looking a little worn out. It's really not holding up too tremendously well. The cap situation is very nice for the Vampire Coast. Could run into some problems soon, though, with all of the units on the #1 that are going to be able to maneuver off of that now. We could see a little bit of trouble incoming. Skeleton Chariots chunking through the bodies here. Deckhand Mob's getting flattened right now. Definitely need the Colossi here to get some good shots down on these things. Because Chariots against Gunline factions tend to be uber effective as is, and these things are very heavily armored. With 80 armor, they're very safe against Deckhand Mobs. You really need the hand cannons and the handgunners to keep those at bay, and that's just not available right now. You can see a depth guard coming up. We got some Fellbats. We got a very lonely gunnery mob getting flattened by Skeleton Horsemen over here. Beautiful Wraith Storm on this Skeleton Horseman. Taking down quite a few of those undead cavalry. Noctilus continuing to drop shots. Good collateral damage against the Skeleton Archers. They're not hitting the Lich Priest very accurately. The Colossi have honestly been pretty disappointing this game. This is what I was a little afraid of. The Gallows Giant, I actually think, would be the best option for value trading if you want a Colossus. Noctilus is doing okay on it. I feel like he's just hitting shots a little bit more consistently than this thing is. And things are not looking, like, super peachy, but at the very least, like, you've got the Necrofex Colossi anchoring the #2 now. The Gunnery White on his Promethean has been taking quite a bit of damage, but it's have 521 value. There's not too much here to threaten him either. Like, if all that he's fighting is Spearmen, like, yeah, they'll wear him down eventually. It's gonna take frickin' ages, though. Fellbats kill the Screaming Skull Catapult, which is a massive win. This thing's been doing a lot of work. I know it says it only has 399 value, but it's a little deceptive. It discourages leadership by quite a bit. And I would imagine it's actually caused quite a lot of crumbling for Coast. And Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings in the early game don't mind crumbling, but Coast does not like crumbling at all because they have no perpetual heals. They get worn out very quickly by crumbling damage. Colossus is moving over here. Oh, it fires while moving. Wow, shows you how often I've seen these things and not even know that. They really are not an exceptionally common choice. Getting a beautiful side shot onto the Horseman here, though. See, Scurvy Dogs coming out of the woodwork now with animated Hulks. And trying to get up there and lock down the #3 again. Carrion should be a pretty easy job for Scurvy Dogs, but it looks like they're going past those guys a little bit and getting into the Horsemen. The Ushabti are going to be a real problem for the Scurvy Dogs, though. Ushabti, with their heavy armor and the anti-infantry bonus, are going to very quickly tear apart those little doggos. It's a 500 gold unit, the Scurvy Dogs are. Definitely don't want to be losing them right now. So, Ushabti are doing a good job of handling these Depth Guard right now. Depth Guard have taken quite a bit of damage, but the Ushabti are so close to crumbling out. Just a little bit more damage and they'll probably be going down, and then those Depth Guard are going to just feast on all of the chaff that's moving up to the middle. Well, the Nahakar Warriors will be a little bit of a pain for them. Well, oh, they've got Exorcism. Giving them the magic attacks. I was a little confused for a moment, but that was a really nice change for the light mages. The ITP was just not good. The leadership and the magic attacks have made a big difference for that lore passive. Not being just total noncery, man. It was just kind of terrible before that. Depth Guard continuing to trade, Gunnery White continuing to grind, Ushabti going down. Khalida is very healthy. She's got 1,000 value on foot here, which really isn't too terrible. Laura, though, continuing to hang on to the points, recaps the number 3, and yeah, you see all the horsemen going down. The Ushabti are hanging in pretty nice, but they're just not going to be able to win against Noctilus and the Hulks and all the dogs. They're going to be going down. You got the gunnery mob moving up. The Nekar Warriors do have full cap weight, but I don't think that they can get through all of this. You can see the Depth Guard are holding pretty nicely over here again. Up to almost 800 value, and they're going to grind it all out against these Warriors and the Carrion. Carrion are not a very strong unit here, I think. They're a decent tar pit, but you've got tons of other stuff that you can throw out. Like, you can just max out on your Warriors and Spearmen and do something very similar, albeit a little bit slower. The problem with Carrion for late games is that you're playing a faction with low cap weight and you're spending, what, 375 gold on a unit that has no cap weight. A little sketchy. Noctilus dropping some more shots here. Necrofex Colossus continuing to poke away and do no damage, seemingly. They should really just shoot the infantry. It seems like they are actually doing damage to them, but for whatever reason, the shotgun cannons here are just not adding up against the larger targets. Although that was kind of true of the Colossi in the past as well, that it wasn't really the multi-model units they wanted to shoot at. It was always infantry and especially cavalry they wanted to focus their time on. Just keep firing wide. I don't know why they're so inaccurate. Yeah, Depth Guard are going crazy in the middle, man. They are going to clean up the Nekar Warriors here. Warriors are probably going to kill the pole arms, but by the time they're done with that, the Depth Guard should be done with this fight. You can see that the hunger, the heavy armor, the crazy weapon strength, and they're, you know, basically exhausted at this point. They're still going strong, continuing to cause massive problems for the Tomb King's front line, and their attempts at getting these late caps really not going too well. Look how terrifying the Depth Guard models look in comparison to these literal bone beasts, you know? And the Nekar Warriors look so plain in comparison. Those dual axes just absolutely slicing through the skeletons right now. Another Nekar Warrior gets up on the number 2 and is going to be able to take this away. Noctilus at 600 HP. Oh, and he starts crumbling, and that's going to be a Lord lost for the Vampire Coast. Not going to be too terrible. The crumbling will be frustrating and painful. But I think it's late game of a situation enough that it's not going to matter. Tomb Kings have a double cap, but Laura just needs another 60 seconds to grind this out. Number 3 has plenty of cap weight here. A lot of Fellbats dogpiling into this fight, too. And what's going on with the number 2 and the number 1 really doesn't look too much more favorable for the Tomb Kings. You got Bomber Mobs gonna be deleting the Skeleton Horsemen. God, dude, Bomber Mobs are so wild. It's funny that Nangao Grenades are really not that different of a unit and just feel 10 times less impactful. I don't know. I think it's the black powder and then the extra models in the Bomber Mobs that make them so much more effective than the Nangao Grenades, but regardless, very good against light armor, and like I said, dude, Tomb Kings, light armor in a nutshell. Everything is low armor for them, and that's what makes this such a tough matchup. They just don't have durability, they don't outshoot the Vampire Coast, they've got Ushabti, and they've got a few other tricky units like Chosen of the Gods that can do good work, but very, very hard for them to maintain their presence on the battlefield, usually. Good value out of the Lich Priest, and Kalita with 1100 ain't bad. It's crazy that these Colossi were on the field the entire game and got multiple restocks. They barely paid for themselves. I mean, they should really be a little bit ashamed, honestly. Gallows Giant would have been better at actually killing stuff. I've noticed that its flamethrower is pretty damn strong, even if the flamethrower effect is really stupid looking, honestly. I mean that with all love, CA, but dear God, what happened to flamethrower effects in this game? The Gallows Giant would have been really nice for clearing out all of the Skeleton Warriors, but, you know, Laura played it well enough that it didn't really matter anyways, so we get a Vampire Coast win there, and an advance into the finals. We'll just stick around in this lobby, see if the peer-to-peer holds up. Hopefully it doesn't end up being a problem. Oh, I got the bracket open here, duh. Alright, so it's going to be Laura and Lazuka, so let me go invite Lazuka. It's exciting because Lazuka's been grinding at improving. Getting a win here would be a nice indicator, you know, that now is the time to bring these. Lazuka plays a pretty good spread of factions, but I know him to mostly play dwarves for the most part, and does really well with them, typically. So maybe see another Dowie main up in the advanced tournaments. Should be really fun. I do love dwarves. I hate playing against them, but I do love watching people play them. See if that's who they're on. Oh, they're on Norska! Another faction that I've seen them play decent amount. We did watch them play earlier. Forgot about that. So they're going to be running it back with Norska here, and Norska is a very tricky faction. I mean, they are the highest win rate faction currently. Pretty no contest. The best rush faction, I would say. Honestly, I should probably start playing Norska now, because I'm getting real tired of playing Khorne all these SFTs and getting bad matchups and losing. Norska has a lot of options, even into factions that you would think that would be good against them. Like, I've seen Norska manhandle the Chaos Dwarves a couple of times, and in a way that makes me think that it's really not actually a favored matchup for the Chaos Dowie. More like a 50-50. They've got the War Mammoths, who are stupidly strong. They are bugged right now, but it's just like a stacking bug with their auras from the War Shrines. You just can't bring multiple of those. They've got one of the best chariots in the game with the Ice Wolf chariots. 900 gold, murder machines. Skin Wolves have always been good. And Famir are actually viable now. They've gotten a lot of cost reductions over time, and I think they're in a really good spot now where they're a pretty tricky unit to have to handle. And the Miststalkers especially are good, because they get Stalk and Terror, which makes them exceptionally strong against all mortal missile factions. And even into the Vampire Coast, the Miststalkers wouldn't be bad, because they can beat up on Depth Guard. They can use their Stalk and flank around into the back line and kill artillery pieces. I've seen people do that a lot with those guys. The Miststalkers are very versatile. Very, very, very useful mix-up tool. But if you just go mega cost-effective with Norska, that works too. Suga finally beat me. It feels bad. Hey man, you know, you never know who your rival is until they announce themselves by taking away your win streak against them. Oh, I gotta swap the map. We're on Decrepit Moor. Hell yeah, bro. Let me hit up Lura too. Gotta wish all of the finalists very good luck. Takes a lot of concentration to make it up here. Shouldn't be too much longer before they're ready, guys. Lura's readying up. Lazuka should be too far behind. And we'll probably do like 2 more replays after the finals here, but then I'm gonna go eat and I don't know, look into college overseas. I've got family in some places across the globe. I've actually been thinking about talking with them about leaving. I have a lot going on right now. If you've got an exceptionally fun replay, please let me know in chat. That way I can prioritize it. Otherwise, I'm probably going to pick at random or based on the builds that I think look cool. Who's actually favored in this matchup according to the win rates on Total Tavern? I would imagine Norska probably is. Yeah, Norska is currently 6-4 against the Vampire Coast. Oh no, that's Counts. Whoops. How are they doing against Coast? Oh, they're 7-7 into Vampire Coast. Yeah. Oh no, I was reading it right the first time. They're 6-4, so they've got a decently favorable win rate in this matchup. The factions that Norska struggles into is Wood Elves, Bretonnia, Zinch. Chaos Dowie is their lowest win rate faction, but you know, at the higher levels I can see people covering up for any mistakes that allow Norska to get into those games. It's still not the worst thing, though. It's still above 30%, which is usually an indicator that it's, like, reasonably equal. God damn it. What? Alright, looks like Lazuka is, let's see about this. Let's get Lazuka in here one more time and try and live cast this. If we have another issue, we'll back out and let them play, and we'll get the replay, and we'll just do the other replays while we're waiting. Sure, that sounds good, Suga. And Weo and Suga, I'll cast y'all's games. That sounds like a really good time. Some Grand Cathay action, and then a little bit of Kislev shenanigans, because we've seen a little bit of Kislev today. But they're always just an exceptional pleasure. They're probably my favorite mortal faction. You know? I love Khorne. You know, Beastmen, great. But in terms of, like, the lawful good factions, I guess Kislev's, like, lawful good in comparison to everybody else. They're my go-to. Like, the Eastern European mythology is something that's always been really interesting to me. I love the prowess of the heavy cavalry. And then Little Grom is just like, you know, the old school bombards. Like, ratcheted up to 11. They freaking shred, dude. I'm just letting them know what the plan is for if there's another drop. So if anybody remembers last week, Laura did make it into the finals, but she conceded fairly quickly in them, feeling like she had really fumbled her engagements. So I challenged her, said if you want to make up for feeling like you didn't put on a good enough show in the finals, what you need to do is just make it next time. And make it look really damn good. So she took it seriously, and she's back here looking for a new player tournament win in what is presumably her, like, second actual full tournament, which is really impressive. There's only been a handful of people who have been able to do that. So yeah, Bale Fiend with Fireball. Just Fireball? No Burning Head? Uh-oh. That's gonna be a little scary for Lazuka. Burning Head is, like, the #1 spell that you bring for Vampire Coast. What the hell is Fireball gonna do about any of this? See, the reason that you bring Burning Head is because an Overcast Burning Head just clears all backline units. Like, you get an Overcasted Burning Head onto the black spot here, and they will 100% be dead after it. It'll take them below half health, and then they'll just crumble out. It's really freaking strong. And it's kind of a necessity that it is, because otherwise the hand cannons and hand gunners just flood out in such numbers that it turns into a real nightmare to actually compromise them all in one dive. And you can lose momentum really quickly as a result. A lot of Marauder Berserkers, they got buffed up big time in this last patch. Berserkers were a pretty terrible unit, but they got smaller entity sizes, which might on first listen sound like a nerf, but it's actually a huge buff. because they pile into combat really effectively now. Instead of like a bunch of their models just like standing around doing nothing, they rush up, and they're actually, more of them are fighting at once, which means their damage is way up. Like, DPS on Berserkers went from kind of low tier, honestly, damage output to being pretty goated. They may need a small adjustment to their stats, potentially, but we'll see about it. They seem to be in a fairly good spot. They're not, like, horrifically overpowered or anything. They're just, like, actually a decent unit now. Marauder champions are still as good as they always have been. I don't see any of those here, though. Alright, we're just gonna let these guys play the game. I don't know what's going on here. God damn it. Oh. Okay. Alright, we're gonna restart for a third and final time. Lazuka did fumble the spell kit accidentally. When we crashed the first time, he had to rebuild his army and mistook Fireball for Burning Head, so that's why there was no Burning Head. So it's here now, so please, fingers crossed that it's all gonna be going well. Thank you, Hattie. I was checking Discord looking for stuff, but, you know, I'm all over the place. Of course I'm missing stuff. Third and presumably final false start of the day. Or actually, I should take that back, because that's implying that we're gonna have another false start on this one. We've had 2 false starts, yes. Number 3, I don't want to see it. I really don't. I would really love to see them get into the game and see what these guys have got. I anticipate an all-out brawl. I think that Norska does have the tools to win this matchup. They do have a pretty favorable win rate into the Undead, but they are very lightly armored, and there are quite a few bomber mobs for Lura's army. She's been bringing this build with the Colossus fairly often. Last time we saw double Colossus. This time it's just a single, and then Shade Wraith Gunners are the other real heavy hitter at long range. And the Shade Wraith Gunners are going to be very devastating, because the Discourage effect is powerful. I mean, it is a palpable -16. Into Marauders and Berserkers, they do have cleaving damage from their missile attack. So it should be really chunking down the infantry, while Necrofex can kind of look to maybe focus on one or another target with low leadership and try and break them with the artillery damage debuff. Wow. Very well said, sir. Wait, he can pass through trees? He doesn't have Woodsman or Strider. It's kind of funny. Interesting. Necrofex Colossus knocking some trees over on its way through. Miststalkers are way out on the flank and looking to get into the trees. This isn't a great map to go for that, though. So the Miststalkers are a great unit, but they don't have anything to stop them from being debuffed by the forests, which means they'll lose speed and melee attack, which is going to be really ugly. They'll still be very defensible, because they do have, like, excellent melee defense, but until you see actual artillery pieces, I think you want to try and play a little bit less far forward with these guys. Like, if you just leave them out here on the blue mark there, I think that's a really good spot for them to sit. Because they can still go in and flank if they want to. But it will also give them a little bit of space from getting revealed in an inopportune time. And yeah, that's what Lazuka seems to be doing. Pole Arms are moving in, and Norskan Ice Wolves is going to be the only unit moving up to really cap a point. Norska and the Vampire Coast are grabbing their home objectives, but nobody's been very aggressive onto the middle. I would have thought that we'd see something out earlier for the Norskans to grab this right off the bat. Haven't even moved their infantry out of the tree line yet, which I don't think is a bad idea. I do think that they probably want to build up a little bit. Got good positioning on the characters here, hiding behind the pillar. Of course, you want to hide whenever possible. Terrain is your best friend, man. Curious how Wolfric might do on the chariot. I mean, he hits pretty hard on it. He's got Sea Fang and Hunter of Champions. Hunter of Champions with some javelin fire could take Noctilus down real quick. It lowers his armor by, what, it's a minus 30 or whatever? Yeah, minus 30, so down to 45 armor on Noctilus. Marauder Hunter Javelins. With a couple of volleys, would probably chunk this guy down about 2,000 health, man. It'd be real brutal to see. So we got some deck dropper handguns on the field. Famir Balefiend coming out from behind the pillar. This guy has a lot of missile resistance, but needs to be real careful about engagement timings. So getting shot up a little bit, actually gets knocked over by the Necrofax shooting at him. And gonna eat another volley as a result. Not a lot of damage going down on him. Big chunking damage on these poor hand cannons. They do get an invo. They're gonna get the majority of that healing. I think it came in a little early, so some of the heals were mitigated by the fire damage. Fire damage reduces incoming healing by 50%, which I think was a really fun and respectable change. They get up to about 5,200, so they're looking fairly strong for the work that's been put into them early. Norskan Ice Wolves looking to get around the flank and into the back line. Miststalkers are kind of hiding in the trees. They're so far separated from any friendly units. I'm a little worried, but here come the Ice Wolf chariots, dude. Hand cannons are going to have to stop these Ice Wolf chariots, because if they don't, there's going to be a big problem for Norska. So we got the hand cannons, or sorry, for the Vampire Coast. Beautiful volley from the hand cannons, deleting the Ice Wolf chariot on the way in. Massive damage going down on this thing. Routes it immediately with the Discourage effect. It wouldn't be routing without that, I think. The under missile fire and the Discourage doing enough to break the leadership on that unit. Still had 2 models, not a lot of HP, but it could have done a little bit more. Hand cannon on the other side, loading up and letting it fly against this poor chariot. But a lot of the infantry gets in pretty clean. Depth Guard Polearms against Miststalkers is going to be brutality. Miststalkers are an anti-infantry unit, but Depth Guard Polearms are filthy in melee combat against large stuff, especially monstrous infantry. And they are getting absolutely chunked right now. Beautiful burning head on the Shade Wraith Gunners. Excellent damage. Lamprey's Revenge on the way in to try and get some charges on the Berserkers, I would presume. Yeah, the hand cannon here is shut down. Oh, and collateral damage to the burning head. The front line for Norska is doing really well, though. While the chariots really didn't get a whole lot of work done, it did allow the front line to get in very clean. Which is going to be a big issue because the chaff clear is not going to be very good for the Vampire Coast without their bomber mobs. And all the bomber mobs are shut down. One's crumbling out over here, didn't get a whole lot done. This one back here, going down to the Ice Wolves. Lamprey's Revenge are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here. We get a nice Sea Fang. Hitting some of the infantry here. Probably want to use that on the Shade Wraith Gunners, but they're locked in melee combat against Marauders, technically. Really need to get those guys back. Miststalkers go down as well. All of the big stuff for Norska has been handled pretty easily by Laura. We just have to see what happens with all the Berserkers and Marauders that are still alive. If there's depth guard that can come in and clear these bodies out, then I think the Lamprey's Revenge and the depth guard polearms and deckhand mobs should be enough to be able to close this game out, but there's always a way back in, you know. The values are not looking too terrible. The problem here, though, is Wulfric. Wulfric has not been able to do anything right so far. 145 value on Wulfric. He just got chunked, I assume, by handguns, hand cannons. Noctilus probably dropped some damage down on him. No Wraithstorm on Noctilus is a little surprising. This doesn't have ideal targets here. Skinwolf Warrior King getting worn out really badly here by the Deckhand mob and the Lamprey's Revenge. Lamprey's Revenge just chunking down all of the infantry here. You can see Marauder Berserkers great against chaff units, but into the heavy armor of the Lamprey's Revenge, just kind of bouncing off these guys. That region, man, keeping these crabs in this fight so nicely. Hermit Crabs of Doom, dude. The shotguns on top do so much damage as well. Because the nice thing about those shotguns on the Lamprey's Revenge is that they oftentimes are firing into the back ranks of units like Berserkers, so they're doing damage to the unengaged models, which allows the actual melee crab animations to more efficiently kill the stuff that they're actually fighting. Femir Warriors coming up. Noctilus holding his ground. Femir Warriors without the great weapons are really not the way to go. Where are the Skinwolves? Skinwolves are always a good call for Norska, and I haven't seen a single one. The Miststalkers are used a little bit too aggressively. And this Femir Warrior, really not getting a whole lot done here. Noctilus is being a really nice centerpiece here. Caps really aren't looking that great for Lazuka, considering the battlefield position he's in. You can see all the Marauders and Berserkers are being worn out now. Not really able to get the kind of impact through the front line that they were ideally hoping for. And now Sirens are in here, just terror-routing everything and allowing the deckhand mobs to get up on the #1 and help flip this with the Siren support. So it looks like a double cap going to be coming in fairly shortly for Lura. Although the Femir Warriors could have something to say about that. They're doing everything they can to try and lock down the Sirens and pummel them. They do have the magic attacks, obviously. Their armor sundering not good against ethereal units, but the magic damage getting around the Fizz Res is really all you need anyways. Aggressive drop down with the Saltlord Scuttlers. Trying to clean up the Berserkers that are attacking this Bomber Mob here. Bomber Mob trying to get forward, but having a really rough go of it. A back cap from Norska with the Ice Wolf Core. Looking real nice right about now. Oh, come on, Hunter Javelins cannot be allowing Noctilus this far into their cone of fire. Zuka a little slow recognizing this opportunity here. Noctilus could very easily have been chunked down about 3,000 HP by now. For how long and how slow he is staying in these arcs of fire from the throwing axes and the javelins. It's a bit of a missed chance there. And the Night Tears close ground on the javelins immediately. Femir Great Weapons moving up, though. Definitely going to help. Very strong unit. Femir Great Weapons are definitely a little bit better than standard Femir Warriors. The Miststalkers are really the only anti-infantry Femir that you're ever going to want. They're good. They can be a little situational. The Great Weapon Femir are typically a little bit stronger. Because Norska really does need its melee anti-large answers. In a lot of matchups, you finally have some Skinwolves coming out. And the number 1 does get cleaned up. The Sirens are going down. They got some okay value, but nothing too tremendous. Laura's going to actually need to get a triple cap looking at this. I really firmly believe that Norska is in a winning position, but they can't lose Wulfric. If Wulfric dies, their leadership is going to fall apart, and they're relying on a lot of Ice Wolves to disrupt right now. Another problem will be the Skinwolf leadership. I mean, it's pretty solid at 60 at base, but the Lord dying penalties of -16 will definitely help fold them up. Rear charge of the Scurvy Dogs, probably not breaking any of this stuff here. Morgul's are going down pretty hard, but the Lamprey's Revenge continuing to anchor, doing so much work, maintaining this frontline position for Lura. And Noctilus is going to grab the number 3 all by his lonesome. Getting some good damage on those horsemen. Only 1,000 value on them, though. Wulfric is somehow still alive. I don't understand how he is, but he's out here. He's still grinding. Black Spot moving in. Hand cannons making their way out. Laura is going for the ranged damage, which I think is the right call. Even though your opponent does have stuff that kill your infantry, if you got a decent amount of mass, and a lot of the units are stuck up in this pit fight right now. Famir Great Weapons with 1,000 value. Hand cannons in position now. They're going to very quickly pull these guys down, though. Even with 50% missile resistance, which I think is, yeah, worn off. From the mist is worn off, so they just have their base missile resistance amount. They're going to take some serious damage from those hand cannons, which are uber effective, man. I mean, they just pump out the DPS against armored stuff. You can see here, Famir folding up. Chariot is very stuck, too. Look at the Lamprey's Revenge interposing themselves between the high-value targets here. The hand cannons are probably going to be able to get a volley off here in a moment. We'll see if they are. You can see this one poor Ice Wolf Chariot breaks free and gets absolutely blasted into another dimension here. The other Chariot models are going to rout. 3 models left on them, but all of them deciding that, you know, discretion is the better part of valor here, I would say. Fellbats trying to help the gunnery mobs. The Norskan Ice Wolves have been anchoring really well, although I do think that Wulfric has finally died. Yeah, he did just recently go down here. Famir Warriors with quite a bit of HP are fleeing the scene. Really rough, although the Fellbats do crumble out before they're able to really close the gap on these guys and get them fleeing up into the trees and into a position where they're not going to be impactful for the late game. Crazy close game here. I mean, we get the cap on the number 3. The home objective is taken. Oh, the Norskan Ice Wolves going for a deep dive on the number 2. Can the hand cannons get in position and blast the dogs off of them before they close the gap? Really nice damage, but I don't know if that's going to be enough, actually. And the Werekin is rallying in the late game here. Number 1 objective is slowly being capped. Oh no, the Sirens run off the point. They need to get back there because all of the other units are crumbling off the objective right now. You can see the gunnery mobs not able to hang in there. We do have the Sirens moving back over. Black Spot are trying to get up on the number 1. This is desperation time for both sides. Lura is desperately hanging on to the number 3. Lamprey's Revenge are going for the number 2, trying to get cap weight on that point. Depth Guard screaming up onto that objective. Are they going to arrive in time? Oh my god, they're so freaking close. Oh, and they flip it for just a moment. They're going to slow that cap down. And we do get the triple cap from the Vampire Coast. They're able to take the number 1. The Black Spot and the Sirens will definitely be able to hold this off. One Ice Wolf is not going to get it done, and the cap weight stabilizes with the Depth Guard. They're able to break the Norskan Ice Wolves. Super clutch plays here. Lura was in the danger zone. I mean, we're talking about 55 seconds with a single cap here for Lazuka being the margin of difference for the win here. Oh my god, the triple cap I think is going to be firm enough though. We just need to see some reinforcements for the number 3, and this game is well within the grasp of the Vampire Coast. Get that depth guard motoring forward. And just have the Lamprey's Revenge hold on the number 2 while the deckhand mobs move forward, and then you move the Lamprey's Revenge up. Reinforce with, actually maybe just send a Scurvy Dog over here to help hold that down, and I think you'll be fine. It's looking great. Laura with a really slow burn build yet again. Playing these incredibly long, grindy, attritional games, which
One of your units has been
over and over again we're seeing the undead get the favor of the dark gods in. They just are so good at wearing people down. And even with inefficient units coming out at times, all you need is for a couple of volleys at the right place at the right time to guarantee the win in the late game. Saltlord Scuttler's doing a good job of shooting up the throwing axes. Noctilus is very beat up, but he has been an excellent distraction tool. His value may not be impressive in the least, but he's dropped a lot of heals. He's gotten both Roth's Moondials off. He's basically heal capped, which means that a lot of damage has been poured into him, and I think that the inability to kill Noctilus is once again going to be the difference between a loss and a win for the Coast. Number 1 objective is being pressed by a lot of Marauders and some Ice Wolves, but that cap weight coming in so slowly, and the black spot still plinking away. Now the Scurvy Dogs come in to lock this down. The Depth Guard get up on that number 2 deckhand mobs. I would not move them off. I'd just leave them both here. Send everything else. You get the win anyways. You got the triple cap long enough. Lazuka fell a little too far behind, even if he got the number 1 here, which I don't think he's even going to be able to do. Too little, too late, and that's going to be a clutch win from Laura.
unending glory.
There you go, babe. Oh my god. That is an amazing finals match for everyone involved. Super close game between both of these players. Really showing off the micro chops, too. Wolfric was the big letdown, I think. Maybe Throg would have been the better option. I understand Seafang being very appealing, but you do have Burning Head. Really good Burning Heads are usually enough to clear this stuff out. I think maybe you wanted to drop a couple of more Burning Heads to wear down the hand cannons before taking the main engagement. That might have made a difference here in this game. I mean, the margins are so thin for both sides, man. Laura almost ran out of time to cap the final point. And I think if Lazuka had maybe been able to keep one of these Ice Wolf Chariots around a little bit longer, we could have seen a little bit more infantry clear. That would have made all the difference for the middle portions of that game. And the 3,500 value Lampreys, honestly, quite literally putting this game on their back. Single-handedly really carrying this. Nothing even came close to equaling their level of efficiency. These Depth Guard polearms were great, don't get me wrong. 1,700 is respectable value, but it's only like a 300 gold uptrade. Lampreys doubled their value, and they're a wildly expensive unit, so it's beautiful to see, man. Damn, I hate to hear that, Sharky, but hey, you know, family is really important, so, you know, good on you for jumping in and babysitting a little bit. I hope you and presumably your niece, based on what you said here, had a good time hanging out together or something. Or your nephew, I guess. Either or. Gotta go give some congratulations to our winner today. Absolutely. Definitely made up for the finals from last week, Laura. Vampire Coast walks away with the dub today. That's actually really cute, dude. You're the chill uncle that everybody actually wants at the family function. Alright guys, let's get a couple more replays in here. I've got a bunch that need to get moved over. We'll do a couple more. These all... Which one's... Oh, this one's downloads. Okay. So we did have a couple of requests, and those are the ones that we're going to prioritize. So we've got this game here between Suga and Velex. Velex is a really good Dark Elf player. I'm curious to see how that one plays out. What's the other game? If you could just remind me. Oh, Wood Elves and Cathay. So Weo versus Unknown here. Wood Elves into Cathay is actually a pretty fun matchup. We'll start off with this one. Why not? You know, let's see what Weo is able to get done here. We got the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts. We've got our, what, Swift Shiver Shards? Yeah, that's the icon for them. So, really heavy-duty missile play for the Wood Elves incoming, it seems. You've got 3 Dryads, 2 Eternal Guard with the shields. Good call. Do want some shielded infantry for the Cathay matchup in case they bring Celestial Dragon crossbows or just Jade Warrior crossbows. Looks like we're going to get a big Vanguard moving up to the number 3. Spellsinger of Life, Glade Lord, Prey of Anathema, always on the table. Arrow of Kurna is going to be pretty strong. I would probably use it against the Grand Cannons here. It may not be the perfect target for Arrow of Kurnis, but it's not a bad option just because it's so long range. You'll be able to kill most of the cannon models, I think, with just 2 uses of that. And you've got other options for shooting the Sky Junk. You got all these Starfire Shafts. They should be able to get in a position to really punish that potentially.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Great Moonbird's kind of just waiting in the wings, looking for opportunities to drop the Moonflare here. It's a very powerful ability. Huge damage potential, and it's a snare. So not only do you lock down your opponent's units, but also doesn't allow them to move, and is really good for the Wombo combo with stuff like Jade Lancers getting into those fights and hammering down lightly armored units like Dryads. Moonbird gets punished really badly here. Brutal damage coming down from the Swift Shiver Shards. Was it locked down by Prey of Anathema? It was not. Just really sat there and ate a little bit more than I think you really want to see out of it. Peasant Horsemen being chased by Dryads. Dryads get way out of position here. Now they're getting just jumped all over by the Grand Cathay units. Really nice rope-a-dope, I would say, really. I mean, you're kind of like baiting with your weaker units. You're just pulling back, dragging your opponent deeper and deeper in, and then you turn and wheel once you have the numbers advantage. So Starfire Shafts are throwing down the hate in the front line. They're focusing on the Jade Warrior Halberds, which I don't really know if that's the worthwhile target here. Sky Junks actually do have quite a bit of value trade potential. This formation is a little congested for facing down a Sky Junk. You could probably stand to spread this out a little more. So it's a lot less likely that the Sky Junk gets collateral damage, because I'm guessing that it's just landing the odd hit here and there between units that it's not even aiming at. Wood Elves are holding up okay over there. They've got a small value lead, nothing too crazy. Wild Riders against Peasant Horsemen should be a pretty firm and clear win for the Wood Elves. Great Moonbird looks to be getting after the Swiftshiver Shards, who have taken a little bit of poke and damage. Bladelord really should use the arrows of Kurnus and Praven off Rayma here. It looks like one may have gone down on Zhao Ming. Arrow of Kurnus onto the cannons, though, man. These cannons haven't gotten a bunch of value, but I think you're getting a little lucky in that respect. Cathay Grand Cannons are typically excellent at value trading. I think part of the problem is they don't have Harmony. Really, really annoying that they don't get their bonuses here because they're just a little too far away. It's not like they're even that far from anything, man. Like, there's units within 100 meters of them. The Harmony at 60 meters is pretty restrictive on spacing. Moonbird, with the support of Zhao Ming, doing some pretty good damage in here. Oh yeah, Zhao Ming's also got Dragon's Breath, which I'm sure is doing some pretty good damage. Very cheap spell, excellent against low armor stuff. A Forest Dragon in reserve coming out. Wowee. Honestly, I have not seen somebody bring a standard Forest Dragon in quite a while. Usually you have the Sisters of Twilight if you're going for a dragon character, but this is definitely going to help control the Moonbird and Zhao Ming. Otherwise, they're going to have a lot of really good engagement opportunities. Keeping both of these single entities from being able to really stack up together is going to be amazing, amazing isolation opportunities for value. See, the Moonbird's getting dragged down over here. It's struggling a lot. We get the Wild Riders chase the peasants deep into the forest here, but did do a good job of clearing them up and is now coming in to countercharge these Jade Lancers, who are doing everything they can to shut down the Swiftshiver Shards. Swiftshiver Shards are pretty beat up. Finally get an Arrow of Kurnus. A little bit of a limp impact here, though, on Zhao Ming. Maybe one of them hit the tree here. It's a little hard to determine sometimes with multi-shot stuff, whether what hit trees and what didn't. Get a really nice Plague of Rust. I mean, it's definitely going to help a little bit in this fight. Zhao Ming is ignoring the Flesh to Stone that the Forest Dragon has. He's got magic damage, so he just doesn't care. And then the Plague of Rust is helping him do a little extra damage. I mean, I know he's a majority AP, but any little bit will help. Heaven's Flash with a beautiful cast here. The Nangal Grenadiers getting into position, too, to maybe hammer the Dryads before the Jade Lancers go down completely. Get a decent volley off, but you see the difference between their damage and, like, a Bomber Mob for the Undead. The Vampire Coast bombs seem to be a little bit higher impact. You've got some good damage going down on those Dryads. Very nicely spread out. They are kind of persevering through this. Jade Lancers waiting in the wings. Weo is starting to fall behind. This Grand Cannon, I'm not sure what kind of value it has. If it just focuses on Wild Riders, though, the rest of the game, could start to really rack it up. Because the Wild Riders have physical resistance, but that's not very useful against artillery fire. 20% resistance to damage from something that does this much damage at once. It's very negligible. You can see how quickly it's dragging out models on these guys. Number 2 objective gets taken by the Celestial Dragon Guard and Jade Warrior Halberds here. A lot of Halberds on the field, man. I wouldn't have really expected so many Halberds to come out. I would have thought you'd want the standard Jade Warriors with a bunch of Peasant Long Spearmen, actually. But it appears going for the Halberds is paying off pretty nicely here. They've, at the very least, distracted a lot of the Starfire Shaft fire. The Starfire Shafts have been shooting at them mainly and leaving the Sky Junk alone in the sky. It's out of ammo. 1300 is a little bit lackluster in terms of the value trades from what I've seen it be able to do in the past, but it's very healthy. Full health, in fact. You can unsummon it and get a decent amount of money back in reserve. Nangal Grenadiers still alive. Jade Lancers protecting these guys. And Unknown is looking to establish dominance now. Do have Wildwood Rangers in on the Jade Warrior Halberds, but a beautiful round of bombs from the Nangao grenades on the Empress Crowman, crushing the Eternal Guards. Brutal loss there for the Wood Elves. They really need those guys, at the very least, to occupy the Dragon Guard, while the Rangers and the Firebark Elders are able to grind in here. Kind of funny, the Firebark Elders actually get damage resistance against the flaming attacks of the Grand Cannons because of their aura, right? They have the Wildfire aura, which buffs up flame resistance 20% with everything. Plus, they have 40% fire resistance at base. With Missile Res and Fizz Res, they're basically immune to the cannon, now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, that's a lot of stacking damage reduction. I believe, what, over 65% of the cannon's damage being mitigated here. Or is it 75%? Oh, whatever, I'm not doing all the math right now. Point is, they're doing a really good job of holding here, and the Wildwood Rangers are grinding through the Jade Warrior Halberds. They could even do it to the Celestial Dragon Guard. Now, the problem, though, is the triple cap, right? The Wood Elves are looking a little raggedy elsewhere on the field. The Forest Dragon has been very disappointing. The answers for it were really nice on the side of Grand Cathay. See a little bit of cleanup going on back here. Jade Lancers get some good damage on those War Dancers, though. Getting their value back, really nice stuff. Peasant Horseman trying to chase down the Swift Shiver Shards, man. Looks like Glade Lord's going to be trying to escort the Jade Lancers off the field. Definitely need to keep chasing those things. You do not want to let them rally, and you need something to answer the peasants who are closing ground. Azra's Spear War Dancers are actually a fairly decent unit. I think you don't see them a lot because they're just more other better mobile answers for heavy cav for the Wood Elves typically. You just bring critical mass of shooting, or you bring the Wild Hunters of Kurnus and a bunch of Wild Riders. But mixing one in isn't a bad idea because they do a lot of damage. They have an amazing bonus versus large of 23. Excellent melee defense, decent melee attack, good leadership. Hanging in here as best they can. Skychuck not being unsummoned and just being used to provide harmony is making a bit of a difference, but we do have movement up onto the number 2 in force now. War Dancer's going to grab this point. They need to get out of this column formation or the Grand Cannon's going to rip them up, dude. Column formations are very weak to cannons, because cannons cleave through units, right? Like the cannonballs bounce, and they do damage as they're ping-ponging around on the ground. Good shot on the Forest Dragon. Zhao Ming very weak right now. I think his Van Braces have procced as well, which looks like it has, so he's not getting any more heals this game. 2,900 on him. Pretty damn good. Dragon Breath is amazing against light armored factions. Wood Elves have no heavy armor at all outside of Treekin. Like, their heaviest armor units are Dryads, Stag Knights, and, oh, I'm forgetting what the other one is. There's another unit that's got 70 armor that I'm blanking on. I mean, and the Dryads, obviously. Without the Dragon Breaths from Zhao Ming, we may see some of a swing back in momentum for the Wood Elves, because they've capped the number 3, they have the number 2, and they're honestly working pretty nicely on the number 1 right now. The heals, the Earthbloods have been so clutch here. A beautiful Moon Flare, though. Hammering the poor War Dancers. Wildwood Rangers also being impacted. Eternal Guard getting dragged down too. But still hanging in that good Elven leadership. I almost said high elves. Just standard old Elven leadership. Tends to be pretty great. See the poor Forest Dragon getting blasted out of the air by the most accurate artillery crew I've ever seen in my life. Normally hitting aerial units is a little bit of a struggle for Grand Cannons, but I think the harmony from this one rando halberd being near them is giving them enough accuracy to be able to hammer home there. Swift Shiver Shards in a pretty good position back here. Don't have a ton of protection. Do need to be a little bit careful, but I think if you bring a Wild Rider in soon, Weo has so many supplies that could be out on the field right now. 2,400 is quite a bit to float. We'll see what the game plan is with all of that. You really do need some more bodies in here. Because I'm pretty sure you're super close on needing the triple cap, actually. This is one where you definitely want to at least be able to threaten your opponent's back objective. Yeah, Jade Lancer's moving in. Wild Hunches of Kurnus finally out on the field. What's the other summon? Yeah, another Wild Rider. Good call. Going to shut down the mobility so the number 3 and the number 2 are a little bit less in threat. Or under threat. And in flux, I guess. A lot of Wood Elf units being cleaned up right now. Celestial Dragon Guard grinding out the Firebark Elders, who don't have a lot of value. It's not really their game plan. Firebark Elders are there for the aura and also just for a really durable unit. They can buffer damage really nicely. They're very slow, steady, and consistent. They just have a ton of melee defense, which makes it very difficult to wear them out. You can see that they actually are going to beat the Celestial Dragon Guard here. These guys just don't have enough HP to get through all of the Firebark Elders. Onyx Crowmen are going to help finish off and lock down the Azrai Spears. Swift Shiver Shards running away. A lot of cavalry available here for the Wood Elves. This Grand Cannon has been just plinking away all game. 1,500 value on it. The War Dancers here not able to be unsummoned and going to be kept out of the reinforcement pool as a result of their routing here. Can't unsummon something that's broken. It'd be really nice to have this Wildwood Ranger and this War Dancer regenerating in your reinforcement pool right about now. Weo has a nice amount of supplies. I think we're seeing, yeah, another Wild Rider just continuing to build out numbers. Number 3 objective under threat. The Dryads moved off of that point to go to the number 1. Wild Riders shutting down the Nangao grenades here. You have the Firebark Elders and the Dryads killing the Jade Warrior Halberds, but the Great Moonbird and the Onyx Crowmen are going to be very dangerous against the Wild Riders. Wild Riders are reliant on Physres for their defenses. Very weak armor, obviously. The Onyx Crowmen with their magic attacks could put some serious damage down on these guys. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus do get a great rear charge. You have another Wild Rider from the other side, so just a complete massacre developing here for Cathay. I don't think any of their units are going to be able to survive this. Nice Dragon Breath. Good shots in the Grand Cannon, but only one volley left, and it is doing a decent amount of friendly fire damage here, too. Weo is able to gut out a cap, and it's no... It's not any sooner than it was absolutely vitally necessary. Because Unknown did only need the double cap for the win. It would have been damn close for Weo, but being able to get this triple here at the end, even though it is costing you some of these Wild Riders, they are pretty beat up now from the cannon fire and just having to engage onto all this stuff. Jade Lancer countercharge did some good damage, but they are anchoring, and they allow the Dryads to move in after they clear up the Jade Warrior Halberds they were fighting, and that's going to be a very hard position to retake. Good movement with the Spell Singer. Yeah, the Cavalry have 4 cap weight, but hey, it's a single entity, and they always have 3. As long as they're not dead or routing, they're a pretty good answer for just maneuvering around and making sure that your opponent doesn't just steal objectives from you. Empress Crowmen have been forgotten about. This is a big loss. It's a very expensive unit. And those grenades would have been super clutch for that cavalry engagement. If you had the Nangao grenades hammering those Wild Riders before they got that triple cap, maybe you save this objective and are able to gut out the win. Weo with some really cagey play here on the Wood Elves, able to bring back a game that was looking a little rough in the middle sections there. Lost a lot of momentum. Did a good job of prioritizing summons, though. and counterpunched excellently. The Wildwood Rangers were awesome. War Dancers, the Azra Spears got okay value. Standard War Dancers got bullied a little bit. The Forest Dragon was disappointing, but Wild Rider Micro was good. Wild Hunters of Kurnus got some decent value. They were still alive at the end of the game there. They could have gotten their value back with a couple of good time charges. Elders held the line. The Swift Shipper Shards were acceptable. Just nice solid value across the whole army for the Wood Elves. For Cathay, though, they're heavy hitters. Yeah, really were just the Onyx Crowmen. The G Lancers were a little lackluster. Moonbird came out twice, didn't really do a whole lot. Halberds, very weak. They didn't do a whole lot. It was Zhao Ming, the Junk, and the Cannons that were really putting the heavy lifting in here. There's a couple of small things for Unknown to fix. I think you can steal the game there against the Wood Elves. It was a damn good win. Nicely done, Weo. Alright, and let's get some Kislev versus the Druki. I mean, I don't see Druki fighting Kislev too often in lore as far as I could recall. Or even see being conceivable, really. Kind of on the opposite ends of the world, right? But, I don't know. We can headcanon this is like a Drukhari slaving expedition. They're trying to get a whole bunch of captives for one of their sick ritual festivals. Kislev just happens to be in the area, and they're just scrapping now. Kislevite Warriors, Armored Kossars, a lot of Armored Kossars. Really good call. Love these guys. Their pistols are amazing. 6 shots on the pistol infantry really adds up over time, and their melee stats are pretty respectable. HP is the real letdown for Armored Kossars. Plus, even though their stats are good in melee combat, they get outclassed by truly dedicated units like Black Ark Corsairs. I should be able to poke those guys on the way in really nicely, though. War Hydra moving up, Dark Shards moving in behind. They are shielded Dark Shards, of course, always the best option against missile factions. Streltsy moving in, Ataman just waiting in the wings. This guy's kind of a cool unit. I don't really love him, but he's stupidly cheap. Kind of hard to remove with the 65 melee defense. Charm Shield, Stand Your Ground, Heroic Resilience, Blood of the Motherland. Looks like we're going to get a Hailstorm here. Going to do a little bit of damage to the Corsairs. Not going to be anything too noteworthy. I believe they're getting, yeah, they are getting spell resistance from Kronhelebron on foot here. What is it? Yeah, the Amulet of Dark Fire provides that. Oh my god, but Grom. Ouchies. Kronhelebron doesn't have any protection against giant cannonballs, though. Really good target for Suga to focus on. I mean, this is the prowess of Little Grom. Like, a lot of big single-entity artillery pieces are actually fairly inaccurate, but Little Grom hits everything accurately. Foot characters, horsemen, big single entities, infantry, cavalry. There's nothing that it doesn't... there's nothing that it struggles against. Almost said doesn't struggle against. That would have been a double negative. That would have been very silly. Regardless, though, you can see some brutal damage going down on the front line. Hawks of Miska devastating the poor Sisters of Slaughter, man. I mean, 5 armor versus one of the best low armor vortex spells in the game. Never a position you really want to be in. Ataman with the cursed or the charm shield actually protecting himself from some of that damage from the spellcast there. Keeping him nice and healthy. The War Hydra is kind of feasting on him now, though. And Helebron is definitely a juiced up enough melee combatant to actually be able to kill this guy. We're going to have to see how it goes for Suga if the Lord Snipe comes in. I mean, Kislev doesn't hate Lord Snipes as much as other factions because of the good leadership. You can see a lot of the High Elf stuff very invested in this pit fight. A lot of blobbing here. This is a little bit too congested for your infantry. This is something that's pretty easy to end up in. You know, your opponent's like pouring units in, you want to have more units in, so you just throw them all in, but they're overlapping a lot, so a lot of these models are not really in contact with anything. It's just lessening the overall damage that the Dark Elves can throw down right now. Adamant is in retreat. Krone Hellebron is looking fairly healthy. War Hydra is a little beat up, and Little Grom is doing the bug. It's not shooting for some reason. Finally getting a shot off, and Krone is looking very much worse for wear right now. War Hydra's fairly healthy, though. Patriarch comes out. Kislev infantry is pretty beat up, and the Winged Lancers got hammered by the Cold One Knights here. Brutal stuff. Cold One Knights are a hard counter to the Kislev heavy cavalry. Which is why in this matchup,
One of your units has been destroyed.
Winged Lancers are fine, but you really want Griffin Legion. Because Griffin Legion have just slightly better stats, so they can scrap against Cold Ones a little better. And as long as you're countercharging Cold One Knights, Griffin Legion win that very easily. It's when the Cold One Knights are able to countercharge your Winged Lancers and whatnot that you really lose momentum as Kislev here. More Winged Lancers on the way in. War Hydra has found the Patriarch, and this guy is on horseback, so he can run away. He really needs to get the hell out of here. Crows of Cain come in just to occupy Little Grom. Little Grom has gotten good value, but it has had some slippery moments where it's not been firing the way it's supposed to. It's got some kind of weird targeting priority bug where it'll think it's obstructed constantly when it really isn't. You give it an attack or give it a move order and then an attack order, and it usually solves the problem. Krone Hellebron going after the Adamant here. Poor guy is in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is an absolutely sauced to the gills Krone. 995 weapon strength. She just took him down. She just two-shot that man. She's gonna do the same to the poor Patriarch. Patriarch getting crushed right now by the War Hydra and Hellebron focus. Her buffs are wearing off, but poor Patriarch doesn't stand a chance. He's definitely going to be dying here.
One of your units has been destroyed.
What is the Frostmaiden going to be able to do here? This is a great opportunity for a Hailstorm. You drop it on this concentration of Cold One Knights. Chunk through their HP. They're very blobbed up right now. Clutch Hailstorm could break this game back open for Suga. Because, I mean, it is looking a little rough. You've got a good amount of cavalry on the field. The Dervishes just blitz down the poor Dark Shards over here. Now occupy the number 3, and there's the Hailstorm I was looking for. Look at the damage going down on those Cold One Knights. Taking out almost a full half of their HP. I mean, really ugly for them. Winged Lancers come in to clean up the Crows of Cain. They've been hanging in here. They've done a lot of damage to these Kislevite Warriors. Kislevite Warriors are going to go down, though. Or not, the Crows of Cain are going to go down against the Kislevite Warriors and the Winged Lancers. And Little Grom is going to be free to shoot again. And Cold One Knights, perfect target. Cold One Knights get shredded by Little Grom. Although Krone Hellebron, yet again, going to be the target of opportunity. Horse Archers finally getting caught by something. Cold One Knights compromising them. Quite a few of these Horse Archers are in a really ugly position. Cold One Knights have crazy mass. 1,500 mass on 48 models is pretty wild. I mean, just one of those guys is stopping like multiple Horse Archers from escaping. But another beautiful Hailstorm with the support of Winged Lancers here. definitely going to clean out this Coldwind Knight and leave Kislev in a position where they should be able to start really bullying the mobile options that the Dark Elves are throwing up. Witch Elves get flattened by Winged Lancers, mind you. I mean, they get absolutely canned by the Kislev Heavy Cav. Very weak unit to have on the field right now. Dark Riders also not going to be doing a whole lot. Raven Heralds, not contested in the sky, but it's going to be kind of hard to pull down. And look at the Sorceress of Death being killed by the Winged Lancers here. Not the unit that you would expect to be effective into single entities, but against this very particular archetype of foot characters, they actually do excellent damage against those lightly armored foot characters. Kislevite warriors moving forward. They're going to be getting after the War Hydra. You've got some Kosovite dervishes looking to help Little Grom also. Little Grom with 2100 value. And that's what the struggling to get shots off at various points of this game. It's killed Crone Hellebron, mind you. Done some really good work against Coldwind Knights, a little bit to infantry. And it looks like the Dark Riders are going to be the next victims here. I would honestly select the Raven Heralds, though. Little Grom has enough damage output that it could kill 3 or 4 of these guys with each shot. The Raven Heralds are a pretty scary unit, mind you. They have quite a bit of damage output with their armor-piercing repeater crossbows. Horse Archers are out of ammo, can't counterfire, but the Streltsy going to get into position to counterfire for sure, and really lay waste to the Raven Heralds in a matter of moments here, I think. Dark Riders eat another shot. War Hydra cleaned up. Really nice stuff from the Dervishes and the Kislevite Warriors, able to help that Little Grom stay alive and stay active. Winged Lancers crushing the Dark Riders. More Dark Riders coming in. Not going to get the counter charge, but I guess it's fine. Instead, you get a Little Grom shot that takes out a couple of Winged Lancers, but does take down a fair number of Dark Riders as well. You got some units to play off of here. You see the Raven Heralds getting wrecked by the poor opportunities that they have here. They're just heavily outranged by the Streltsy, and the Streltsy just wreck them. A couple of volleys is all they really needed. And Witch Elves are the next target. Looks like they're going to be trying to pull back. Hawks of Miska goes down, and you do see it rotating. It would have hit the Witch Elves, but they very smartly got out of the way. Streltsy continuing to drop shots, though. They're still within range of those guys. Winged Lancers finally going down here. You got Dark Riders, and then the Bolt Fiends of all units to bring out. You never see the Bolt Fiends. They're cool, though. They imbue a Shield Breaker, which could be pretty important in the late game if there's, like, Armored Cossars, but you don't see that. You got a bunch of Streltsy instead. Our Kosovite Dervishes getting a good flank in here. They're going to get after the Dark Shards, and they will be able to do some appreciable damage to this unit. A lot of Dread Spears here, though. There's some Blackrock Corsairs on the way through. Bolt Fiends are not in a position to block with their shields right now. They're a little disorganized, and they're getting folded up by the Streltsy. The Streltsy unit has been clutch in the late game. Little Grom with the Obstruction Bug. Give it that move order, and then ask it to shoot. Looks like it actually clears itself. Is able to hammer the Dread Spears nicely. This is Hailstorm? What is this? Oh, another Hawks of Miska. Great for clearing out those Dread Spears. And going to work down the leadership on the Blackrock Corsairs. You can see how much it's affecting them. They have 66 base. And you can see with a Discourage effect from the spell, and then also the Lord being dead, it's just wavering at 16. Barely hanging on right now. Oh, beautiful shot from Little Grom onto the flank of the Blackrock Corsairs. Takes about 10 models down, 2,500 value on it. Streltsy looking really well set for the late game here. And look at the slow push from the Armored Cossars, killing the Witch Elves. Witch Elves just never got to fight this game, basically. And the Ataman out here poking at the Raven Heralds with his pistol. Actually shoots one of them out of the sky. Nice. Let's go, buddy. Oh, filthy, filthy damage from Little Grom. Sisters of Slaughter getting chunked down. It's getting almost 200 value with each shot so far. These last few volleys have just been so gross. It is just racking it up right now. Pinballing through multiple units of the Druki. See the Streltsy slow walking up on a point. Now you're in an awful position as Vele because you don't have answers for all the infantry anymore. You've got a very limited selection to pick from. The Bolt Fiends are going down, so you're also going to lose your Shield Breaker. Grinding into the Armored Cossars, it's going to take ages to kill them. Even if they won't kill something like a Sister of Slaughter, they'll hold up their momentum for probably the rest of this match. Triple cap for Kislev, very firmly held it seems. Dark Elves are just gassed. They have nothing left in the bank. And that cheap Lord summon is coming in clutch here as the Kislev forces just have the full amount of leadership for all their units and are going to be stacking up and just laying waste with their missile attacks here. Kosovo Dervishes can shut down one of these Dark Shards. The Bolt Fiends have Silver Shields, but there's so much firepower here, it's not going to make a difference for them. Sisters of Slaughter. Looks like Vele is a little bit lost now in this late game position. This is a very understandable spot to lose focus and kind of not know what to do to answer. But the Sisters really did need to be up in melee combat immediately, ASAP, just to get some value for you. Maybe get lucky and your opponent fumbles the missile engagements and you're able to kind of drag it back from there. Armored Cossars getting hammered by the Cold One Knights, but they do have some of their compatriots out on the side of the fight here, plinking away with their pistols. Getting engaged on now. You can see the charge bonus of Cold One Knights. It's just so crazy. Fighting a 2v1 against fairly respectable quality infantry, and they're still grinding out great value. Streltsy, though, turn around now, and the Cold One Knights are officially out of room if Streltsy are shooting at them. Streltsy will bring these guys low pretty quickly. You can see a lot of them are obstructed, but enough of them are shooting to add up to enough damage so that the hybrid stats of the Armored Cossars are able to pull them to the ground. And that's going to be a very nice win for Kislev there. Suga, the very, very well-played game here. Excellent infantry micro. The infantry were super important for the win here. The mobility was honestly fairly weak. As you can expect, playing into the Dark Elves, Cold One Knights coming in against your heavy cavalry doesn't equal up to a particularly good time. So falling back on a concentrated missile formation with the heavy-hitting artillery, which more than paid for itself. 2,900 value, beautiful stuff. Plus good magic from the Tempest Maiden. She got about 2,400, and that's all she wrote for the Dark Elves, man. I mean, great, great play with the Streltsy. They came in, and they just didn't let anything get on that middle point without getting hammered by the focus fire. And the final Streltsy was going to close off the other objectives, and, you know, you can always resummon your mobility, right? It's a little harder to prioritize when and where you should summon fresh infantry out. Sugar really showing off the stuff of when and where this game, though. Awesome stuff, guys. I'm super tired. I'm very hungry. My brain is, my brain do be fogging. Stumbling over my words a lot now. But I'll be bringing back another stream tomorrow. Before I go, let me drop the link for the tournament. For those of you who are not in the loop, we have been doing a Legendary Lords tournament. Twist was the one who organized this. It's been amazing. It's been super fun. We've seen some crazy shenanigans. We don't have a lot of lords left. The final 21 lords are available. It's going to be first come, first serve. It's your last chance to qualify for the final event, which is going to be all of the finalists from each of the 4 tournaments that have been hosted so far, and obviously whoever qualifies in this last one here. Had a break last week, but this week we're right back at it. And I'm very excited to be bringing it to you. I finally got the frickin' link. Here's the link for the tournament, guys. Check it out. Sign up if you want. I'd highly recommend it. It's a pretty casual event. It's not for leaderboard stats or anything. It's just, you know, come in, play some very off-meta stuff, and have a good time doing something a little bit different. You get top players, you get some mid-level players like me, and then newer people are joining it as well, and have actually done really well. Meaty Dangler, who's a fairly new player, actually qualified a few weeks ago in one of the tournaments, so anybody can take wins here. You just need to be really discerning about your builds and execution when there's so many required units for each like individual legendary lord. We're going to see a lot of Skaven tomorrow. There's a lot of Skaven remaining. I think there's a few Vampire Coast lords as well. Pretty sure Noctilus, Silostra. I don't know if anybody else is available. I think Silostra and Noctilus are available still. Wood Elves, I don't know if there's any Wood Elves left. Vampire Counts have Kemmler, maybe? Or, no, not Red Duke. They've got, I think, 1 Lord left. I think it might be Isabella von Karstein. Isabella's not a bad Lord, honestly. I mean, she's not, like, the best compared to some of the other options, but she's no slouch either. I think Beastmen are out, and Khorne is out, Beastmen are out. Chaos Dwarves, I think, are out completely. Maybe they have 1 Lord, but I'm pretty sure they don't. Tzeentch has Sartorial open. You know what? Why am I wasting my time here? I can just check on Discord. Alright, I keep saying this is the last thing I'm going to do. This is the last thing I'm going to be showing off on stream here. People can get an idea of what they're working with for Legendary Lords. These are all of the eliminated Lords, obviously with the X's, advanced with the green circles. If it's not extra green circled, then it's available to play. And you can see Skaven have 3 Lords. You've got Gorbad and Wurzag available for greenskins, Lewin for Bretonia. I might actually play Bretonia. Either that or I play Eltharion, who's available for the High Elves. I'm surprised that Eltharion was the last High Elf Lord left. I would have figured he'd be the first chosen by some of the High Elf mains, but there you are. Yeah, so it's Isabella, Manfred for Counts. You've got Sartorial here for Tzeentch remaining. Sigvald for Slanesh. Should be a pretty good Lord option for anybody who enjoys playing them. And Coast has 3, actually. So Aranessa is the other one. I was fairly sure that she was eliminated, but apparently not. Cathay has 2 Lords also. So it's a lot of very off-meta Lords. Not stuff that you see too terribly often. I mean, Sartorial you see on, like, Warriors of Chaos sometimes. You don't see him on Tzeentch too often. You can see all the qualified Lords. We've got some off-the-walls qualifiers. Like, the Changeling got qualified, which was super sick to watch. Kugath, dude, final boss playing on Kugath was really fun to see a few weeks ago. Go back and watch the VODs for him, guys. All of the Legendary Lords tournaments were a good time. Alright. Thank you for tuning in, folks. I'm gonna go rest and relax. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and we'll try and get some more streams this week. Hopefully, you know, the American political infrastructure doesn't just completely fall apart, and I'm too depressed and miserable to actually do anything. But yeah. Till then, guys, peace out, and take care.